Right, let's go. Right, let's go. Who's excited to watch him stream? Who's excited to watch him stream? Right, let's go. Right, let's go. Right, let's go. Who's excited to watch him stream? Who's excited to watch him stream? Who's excited to watch him stream? Uh-oh. How's the audio? Seems like it's doubled or tripled or something. Doubled or tripled or something. Right. Oh wait. Right. Oh wait. Maybe it's the camera audio. Maybe it's the camera audio. It's echoing, right? Yeah. It's echoing, right? Yeah. I'll check. I'll check. How about now? I think maybe it was because of the audio from the camera. Yeah, I can still hear myself as well. How about now? I think maybe it was because of the audio from the camera. Oh, great. Now we have this problem. Is it fixed? Oh, cool. Nice. Thanks. I'm still hear myself as well. Right, cool. So now they're doing the intro, obviously. So how about the meta forecasts? What about the decks you think will we play the most? I think there will be a lot of Gholdengo. That's one of the reasons I posted it at the thumbnail. Ooh, nice. We're jumping straight into the game. Are we? Or is it just a recap? Anyways. I also saw there were like a lot of players who couldn't make it thanks to the snowstorm. Like a lot of planes had to go back. Oh, very much so. That new Psychic Energy is so good. Being able to bench a lot of Pokemon just by one attachment, just crazy. Nice, boss for game. It looks like we're going to see a lot of that in the future as well. Like with the new Meowth reprint. Yeah. I'm curious to see what decks we're going to see today. I mean, NA still got 5 more regionals but left to go. Apart from NAIC, obviously, which is an international. And I think we have the same amounts in Europe left. Just about 5 to 6. I think it's 6, right? Because next week it's... What's it, Birmingham? Yeah. Right, leaderboard. This is the champion points. It's crazy, like Aban Ahmed was performing so well this season. All right, now they're switching to Europe. Stuttgart. I mean, like... It's no wonder Charizard is doing good now in the current meta. But I would have thought Dragapult would be performing better against Charizard, especially against the Dawn version. But I do remember Nikolai wasn't playing the Dawn Charizard, if I recall correctly. Let's see if I can get some audio on. Right, there we go. There's the forecast. And as expected, a lot of Gholdengo. And Dragapult as well. I mean, Dragapult is really good into Gholdengo now, I feel like. Like, I myself am playing the Moltres as well. And then +1 fire, -1 psychic. I think it's fine. Especially soon, right? With rotation happening, I think there will be a lot of grass decks being played, especially with that new special energy. That special grass energy, the grow energy. I mean, like 20 HP is not probably going to do a lot. But it will help grass decks being able to perform just that tad little bit better. And of course there's this Gardy as well. 10% of the decks. Then 7% Charizard Pidgeot and Dusknoir, so that's not the Dawn version, I suppose. That 5% is going to be the Dawn version. And then another 7% of Gardevoir without the Jellicent. I mean, I do feel like the Jellicent version is that much better because you're able to item lock and tool lock your opponents, which is especially good into Gholdengo now. And that's why they had to adapt and play Lana's Aid to be able to get those energies back. Otherwise, they were just stuck there, not be able to do anything. Alright, now it's the EU regionals. So we have 5 left in the EU. And then obviously 5 left in NA. We're about halfway. Halfway the season. Alright, Europe leaderboards. I mean, it's no surprise Toad Reckless is number 1. Well, that's cool to see that, like, Rune is number 2. That's like our Belgian pride. Rune. He did very well in, what was it, Dortmund? Yeah, I believe so. Then it was paired up against Toad Reckless in the finals. That was such a good match. And like, it's crazy to see all these players have that much CP already. Yeah, I suppose they just only attend the regionals and internationals and then leave locals as a side gig, perhaps. Or even do locals at the regionals they're at if they didn't make day 2. Like, that's a possibility as well. And then, of course, there's Latin America. I think we're missing someone. No? Where's Gabriel? Is he not on the leaderboard anymore? I know there was this like hiccup with LAIC. But I didn't expect him to drop out of the leaderboard. Oh, nice. No signal. Okay, stream has died. What happened? Nice. I know, right? Event got hacked. I hope they fix it soon. I just came here to see some matchups, right? See some gameplay. Oh, there we go. At least we see a loading circle. Oh, it's the Play Pokemon page? I suppose I can just switch. No, it's also still busy. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, notice. Damn. Yeah, I suppose restarting will take a lot of time. I mean, if you've seen the equipment they're running, that's crazy. There's like always 10 plus cameras. Like imagine the computers they have to run for it. Oh, it's only TCG? Aw, just our luck. Oh, there we go. They're back. At least we have some visuals. Yeah, there is so much they have to do. True. But I think that's like a different crew, like, right? The camera crew. I don't suppose it's judges operating the cameras. Like, now we're seeing another deck analysis. What was the other? Was it Toronto as well? Because I see Zoroark there. I mean, Zoroark, it's not a safe pick to pilot, but I think the Darmanitan has a lot more potential than some people might think. Because that back order is just so strong. If you use it by itself, I mean, it just uses 2 colorless energy. You can use Ens PP up to power it up as well, and then attach 1 dark energy. And you can hit for weakness onto the Gholdengo. You don't need to use Flame Body Cannon. But then, obviously, the Gholdengo player has to put a Gholdengo into play. Because if they go Solrock first, to be able to chip in some damage against the Zoroark, then that's something to think about. But then the Solrock wouldn't be able to knock out the... what was the previous evolution from Darmanitan? Oh, I forgot. Because it had 80 HP. But then Solrock with Vitality Bands would be able to hit 80 HP. But it can safely knock out the Zoroark. And like with Gholdengo running 4 bosses orders now, those are not very hard to pull off. And I wonder if we'll see any Zoroark on stream today. Quite curious for it. Right, there's some caster predictions though. Lopunny. Yeah, I've seen some cool stuff with Lopunny and Toadscruel as well. Just be able to tech against the Gholdengo because it's just so powerful. And it's so easy to pilot as well. Like, a lot of players are adopting Gholdengo just because it has a lot of potential. It's very strong in this current meta. And then obviously Piper is going Zoroark because she piloted Zoroark before and she knows its potential. And then obviously there's this like Charizard Dawn. And to be honest, Charizard Dawn is very good. It has some comeback potential as well. With the Briar and Counter Catcher and shenanigans. It was like a very well-timed late game Ino. And just Charizard just being able to ramp up its damage at the amount of price cards your opponent has taken. It's very hard to deal with late game. Unless, you know, they can't get their setup. But like, Dawn is such a good addition, Charizard. To be able to grab out the Terrapagos, then the Noctowl, and Pidgeot just with one supporter. That's just crazy. I mean, it doesn't even matter Shaka's rotating out. But then, obviously, the Charizard's leaving soon. Might as well make the best of it, right? Let's see if we can get some sound on.
But I think our round of 4 is getting ready to shape up, so we're gonna toss it to the casters and see how things are gonna go for this tournament.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And this is what the players are competing for this weekend. $10,000 up top for our Masters
Stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000.
That's repeating itself.
Travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2,
Because they weren't ready to stream the match yet.
points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors,
Sorry.
plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points
Because they
as
weren't
8th
ready
place,
to
will
stream the
advance
match
into
yet.
an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim of regional champion? Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And this is what the players are competing for this weekend. $10,000 up top for our
Man, that would be crazy to win a regional, right? Being able to get $10,000. Even for the juniors, being able to get 2,500, that's like so much for a junior. But like, obviously, the parents are going to take care of the money. Just imagine giving $2,500 to a junior. Yeah, very much so. Right, there we see Chip and Kyle. Right, are we going to see our first match? I'm very excited for it. Yeah, there was a lot of snow. I've seen the pictures people posted. It was like crazy. What was it, like 20 centimeters or something? That was a heavy snowfall. Right, there we go. Gholdengo Lunatone against Gaudy Jelly. Pies about Roan Stevano. Alright. Like I already said, Gardevoir Jelly is like good into Gholdengo now. Being able to item and tool lock them. If you're able to set up, of course. If you won the coin flip, you can go second. You can already start item locking with the fish, with the Jellicent. No, not the Frillish. Hello there. Alright, they're putting down their pricing. So, bro, gimme. Not too bad for the Gardevoir player. And for Gholdengo as well. Just prize one boss, one Arven. I mean, you got 3 of each left, I suppose. That super odds is obviously a one-off. So that's going to be terrible. Especially because it's at the top. So that recovery is terrible. But, like, I hope he's playing Lana Zade to be able to counter the Jellicent, to be able to get those energies back. That's something to consider. Also, I don't quite know who's going first here. We haven't seen the dice flip. Or I think we have? They just didn't show it. Alright, there we go. There's the fist bump. And Gaudy's going first. Obviously, Gholdengo always wants to go second now. To be able to get that first knockout. Was there an attachment for retreat? No, right? Just a nest ball. But I suppose he wants to save the nest ball in case Kieran finds boss. Air Balloon retreats. And then attach Soul Rock. Knock out the only rolls. That's good to save the nest ball from Rowan's side. Right, there goes the Arven. So he has access to Air Balloon Body Buffin. Or I suppose Air Balloon Fighting Gong, depending what he's going for. Oh, it's an Evo version. I suppose that's good as well? Just use your tools now. Now you can. And if you're able to get an attachment next turn, and you can find these energies, then you can just take care of the Frillish before it sets up into being a Jellicent. Like, we already know there's like no boss's orders coming because of the Arven play. Oh, you already want to evolve into the Lopunny? Interesting. Like, I suppose that's good. Especially into the Jellicent. The Jellicent has like, what, 260 HP? To be able to get 230 on there early on, that means Gardevoir can't get any energies on it. That's interesting. Oh, very much so. Yeah, I didn't do that quite for Ascended Heroes just yet. I spent so much time focusing on Perfect Order because of all those reveals and such. But I will get to it, especially next week, I suppose. Alright, row inside now. Suppose there's an Arven coming down now. Yeah. Nesball first. Right, suppose Nesball getting another Ralts down. Because there was no knockout. So Pheasant Deputy can't do anything. It's just deck checking now. I suppose if there was a way to be able to rare candy into Gardevoir and to be able to attack with the Monkey Dory as well as attaching a Dark Energy, then that active Gimmighoul was going to be knocked out. But I suppose item locking would be better. To be able to slow setup for the other player. And we already see the second Frillish. I mean, are they playing a 2-1 line now? Interesting. Right. Oh, Rowan has second Ralts in hands. I suppose he top decked it. Right, Arven coming down now. There's Earthen Vessel. Supposed to get the Dark, right? And Evo. Earthen Vessel. Suppose the... Was it Screamtail? Yeah, I think at this matchup you want to focus more on the Jellicent as well. To be able to disrupt the opponents early on. Yeah, I suppose Dark would be better. And benching next Ralts. Alright. And then Evo on both. There goes the Curlier. Alright, are we going to see a coin bonus already? I mean, there's no 2-prizer already on Rowan's side of the board. So it might just end up being a Solrock boss KO, I suppose. Right, coin bonus for 1. I suppose that's good if you draw into Lunatone. You can always use the Fighting Gong to grab a Fighting Energy. I mean, you have the Fighting Energy, but the more the better, right? Like, can that gimme retreat? Is that a 1 retreat gimme or 2 retreat gimme? I think it is a 1 retreat, right? Yeah. It is going to be an energy. So no Lunatone? Interesting. But I suppose you can always place down the Genesect, then grab... Oh, it's just going to be a retreat into Lopunny. Interesting. And then save the Genesect? It is going to be like that. And then just knock out the Munkidori. Nice. I mean, now Rowan needs to find a Munkidori. I mean, he has the Dark. He knew there was a knockout coming. So that was good to preserve the Dark at least. And knowing Gholdengo doesn't play any hand disruption, normally. I mean, like, normally. I've never seen it. Never, ever. Alright, attach Monkey, Lily. Nice. Getting 8 new cards here. That's just such a broken supporter. And I think now, especially now, since we got Lily, they're now reprinting Professor Research anytime soon. I don't think as long as we have the Lily. I mean, we might see it soon, but I wouldn't count on it. Alright, discarding the Mew here. Obviously getting Gardevoir. Right, evolving benched. I mean, like, I would evolve active. Just because you can attach 2 and have like 40 damage you can switch over. I mean, obviously there's like 10 left, but then that wouldn't mind for Gholdengo. Because they still need that 1 energy more. Unless they play Vitality Bands on the Gholdengo. Then that won't matter. Alright, where they're putting it. Active, alright. And then swinging for 80, that's like 110. Yep. Like having 220 left. 220. That's like Power Press plus double Munkidori ping for the knockout for 3 prizes. Or you can always swing with the Gardevoir, but why would you? Alright, there's a Lunatone. Finally. Being able to draw cards now. Is there a way we just knock out the Munkidori? Just getting rid of that to be able to slow them down from transferring the damage over? Because I think the Gholdengo player has boss in hand still, right? Yes. Yes, it is. I think it would be better to knock out the Munkidori. That will put him on even prizes. So that will mean he wouldn't just need to knock out the Jelly, knock out the Guardy to be able to win the game. And then just retreats the Lopunny, I feel like. Like, getting those energies for Gholdengo might not be easy now that you're item locked. Like, you only have 3 now. But like, yeah, that's why I say just knock out the Munkidori, spend 3, and then perhaps later in the game you can find some more. Is it going to be the boss on the monkey? I suppose so. I might even see the Curlier boss. No, it's going to be the Munkidori. Because Curlier only took 2 energy, but being able to knock out those Munkidoris is probably better. Because Rowan can only charge up 1 at a time, right? So damage being transferred isn't going as fast if more Munkidori leave play. No, don't play your item card. Oh wait, yeah, it's only when it's active. Yeah, oh, forgot. Oh, you played Tyranitar. How you could forget? Yeah, it's not like Bidoof. Like, people often forget if they boss around the Bidoof. Oh, I can play items now. I have it happen so many times. But like with the Jellicent, it is. Just boss it up, and you can play the item cards. Alright. Obviously, that was a Spike Hopper for the knockout. Interesting, though. So he's preserving the energies as well. Especially for late game. To be able to not have any in the discard pile. Yeah, that was probably better to attack with a Lopunny. And the odds are very low. We can see a knockout on the Lopunny. Right, and Rowan is playing Arven now, getting Vessel Bravery Charm. I suppose if Rowan is playing the Drifloon, there is a knockout coming. I didn't see the deck. But I don't think they play Drifloon now with the Jellicents. Alright, there's the Psychic Dark. And I suppose Artisan for another monkey. Attach Dark there. But then the Lopunny would still have 30 damage left. Alright. The deck wasn't shuffled, so I suppose Rowan's going to go back. Yeah, Artisan. There we go. Fetching out, obviously, the Monkey Dory. And is there a Drifloon? Yeah, I don't suppose so. Right. What are we seeing now? Ultra Ball? Getting rid of the Abloon, obviously. And for another Gardevoir, yeah. Just being able to always rely on the Psychic Embrace. And thinning it out of your deck is always the better choice as well. But choosing not to evolve Attach Retreat? That's interesting. Oh, but I suppose Rowan doesn't want to go down below 300. Otherwise, Gholdengo would just need 6 energies. But then, still. It is below 300, right? It's 280 left now. Alright, and that's a... And now he has 30 damage left. But like... Oh wait, how much is there? 240... 300, right? See? Yeah, 30 left. Like, we've seen the Gholdengo player with the Turo in hand still, so he can Turo the Lopunny, but then those energies would land in the discard. It's just going to be a retreat. Okay. But that will mean Lopunny can get knocked out by the Monkey Dory. And I suppose I want to just deny Rowan the knockout. If I was the Gholdengo player. But like, you really need a lot of energies to be able to get that knockout on the Jellicent. And seeing this Frillish staring down at you, knowing there's just another Frillish coming the turn after. I mean, how many energies does he have now? Yeah, I suppose, yeah. See, Turo. I mean, that would have been the first thing I would do. Turo first, then obviously promoting a Gholdengo, and then you can retreat into the other Gholdengo to be able to draw 4 cards instead of just a 3. I think that was a better call. I mean, it depends, right? Whatever the energies you draw. Because otherwise you could always use Lana's Aid to get 3 energies back. I think this might be... Is this a pass? Yeah, I suppose so. Build up the hand to be able to one-shot the Jellicent. I think that will be better than chip in as much damage as you can, and then not being able to get those energies back to be able to take care of the Jellicent. Alright, there's an Ino coming down. But now those energies are still in the deck, though. But being item locked still means the Gholdengo player can't just use Earthen Vessel and get those out. And I thought he had like 3 energies in the discard, right? But now the Gholdengo seeing a fresh hand, he might be being able to find boss's orders. Again, bossing around the Jellicent and being able to knock out the Gardevoir. Right, counter catcher on the Bunnery to be able to get the knockout. Oh, and yeah, took it off the Gardevoir, obviously, because now the Gholdengo player needs 1 more energy. Yeah, and a knockout. But like still, I think it would be better to knock out the fish. The Jellicents. It's tricky though. I mean, you do see a lot of cards. Unless you can't play them. I mean, like, if you would be able to play item cards, you would play Fighting Gong first, draw with Lunatone first, and then, like, coin bonus. But now he has to coin... Oh, yeah, he's the boss's orders. Alright. So now we can boss, play Fighting Gong, get the fighting, perhaps get energies, and then play the superior as well. So there is a 2-price knockout coming down now. And that will put the Gholdengo player in a very good position, putting him down to 2 prize cards. Right, and I was debating whether to retreat and get that 1 card more. Yeah, that's what I want. That's why I suppose he should have bossed first. Or just Lunar Cycle first. See what he has from the Lunar Cycle, then boss around the Jellicent to be able to use the items. Because if their fighting hit the discard, he would be at 4 energies in the discard pile. But there is an Arven coming down for the Vitality Band. Well, he was eyeing up the Prime Catcher, but he can't use the Prime Catcher. That's the thing. And he can't attach the Vitality Band as well. So I wonder what the Gholdengo player is thinking. Another pass? Interesting. Right, now we see... Oh, that's a stacked hand. Being able to have Secret Box and Professor Research. And you don't need the Clefairy, you can just boot that. And he's sitting on double Night Stretcher though. Now that's a hand you don't want to research. Like, obviously that's your only recovery. But I suppose you can play them. Night Stretcher Monkey Dory. Get that back. And the dock. Okay. Now your hand is researchable. But I suppose... Oh, he's preserving the Secret Box. Okay. But, like, now the Gholdengo player has many more outs, being able to have a refreshed hand. Oh, but that's bad. That is bad. Like, he really wants to play those item cards. That's why I think it was better to boss around it, no? I mean, he could have gotten a knockout in the Gardevoir. But then, obviously, he would have been eyeing it to 2 cards while being item locked. So I get it. I think. Oh, there's another Turo. That's good. And I suppose knocking out the Monkey Dory doesn't do him much good right now. No, he has to go double 2 prizer here. But how are you managing that? I mean, the Jellicent is a full HP. Takes 6 energies. Currently, you have 0. There's an Arven and a Prime, which you can't use. And there's the retreat into 2 more. Suppose if you have fighting, you have boss, then you can... Obviously, there is a boss going down now. You have a superior energy retrieval, you have Earthen Vessel, And there is the Prime as well. Was there? Yeah, there was. And another Arven. Why though? I mean, you have Vessel. Was there a superior? I suppose there wasn't a superior. Then he couldn't have gotten the care. I mean, I suppose if you play Vessel, you can grab 3 more with a Lunatone, right? And then increasing the odds you draw naturally into the superior energy retrieval. And then you can always play Prime Catcher to to get that Jellicent back in the active spot. Alright, but this is good as well. Like, Rowan has to run out of energies sometime, right? There's just so many energies he can attach. And being able to transfer over the damage with Monkey Dory. And he doesn't want the Jellicent to stay trapped in the active. Oh, there's a retreat. Hold up. Oh, nice. Switching over 6. And just going for a Devo play next turn. Okay, so he's lining up the Devo play. That's interesting. And he's item locked still. So even if that Frillish would leave the active spot, he's still item locked. And knowing Gholdengo doesn't play any disruption. So that hand from Rowan is just safe. But then, even if the Gholdengos would be knocked out, it would still need 2 prize cards. So if I was the Gholdengo player, I would... Yeah. That's good. Turo, I suppose? Artisan? What will you get? I mean, the batteries are still not there. You can't play any retrievals. Your item locked. The super orders in the prize cards. You're never seeing that one back. Alright, benching the bother gimme. I mean, you can use tools now. Attaching onto the Solrock. And I suppose hitting 80 now is like perfect math. But then that will put you on very odd prizes. How would you manage that? I mean, I suppose knocking out a Monkey Dory plus either Gardevoir or the Jellicent. And now Rowan has to get around the Solrock. Like, Rowan has still access to Counter Catcher because it's still behind on prizes. Then I suppose Counter Catcher up the Lunatone. Then with the Jellicent in the active spot and use Devo with the Jellicent. Right, not much going on the deck right now. There's still 2 energy left. Right, there's contemplating. Attach active. I mean, there wasn't a dark in the deck as well. And other than the prize cards, are they playing only 2 Monkey Dory and Jelly Gardy? Alright, Ino coming down. Suppose so. Inoing down to 3 cards. But choosing not to attach the Devo. I mean, he could have retreated the Gardevoir into the Jellicent, attached Devo, Ino then. And then made sure all the Gimmighouls left the board. Yeah, but the Jellicent is getting in the active spot. But I suppose... I mean, it's fine knocking out the Solrock. Because Ino is doing all the work. Limiting the Gholdengo player's hand. Yeah. just ramping up the damage, knowing he's spent all of his Turo scenario, and there's no Turo coming down now. Alright, and there's the Clefairy, just thinning out, I suppose. Right. And again, there's a Jellicent at the active spot. Not being able to use items or tool cards. This is the turn you need to take a double price KO. I suppose, right? I mean, that one gimme would be safe. Unless there's a way Rowan can use Turo, Night Stretcher, attach again to the monkey, being able to use 3 monkeys. But I suppose there's no way. Alright, we see Artisan for the Soul Rock. So now Lunar Cycle is back active. And I wonder what the plan is here. I suppose you do want to get rid of the Jellicent, because getting rid of the Jellicent now means there's no more item lock and tool lock. But I suppose Rowan can still get some recovery and get that item lock back through the means of the Frillish. And with that, the Vitality Band on that Soul Rock, there is no one-shot coming on that Frillish. Unless the Gholdengo player manages to find 2 energies to be able to take that knockout. I mean, now he has all his Superior. And I suppose he didn't spend the Prime Catcher just yet. So you can't just boss, spend items, Prime Catcher, being able to put the fish back. I mean, Jellicent. Alright, draw 2 now. Alright, I suppose there has to be a boss coming now. Alright, boss Gardy. I suppose. Like, depending how many energies are in the discard now. There's like a way you can use both to be able to have them all in deck. But if there's a Devo coming, there's just like no way you can get them back. But there is a fresh Gholdengo though. So there's no way you can transfer over 7 damage counters to be able to get rid of that other Gholdengo. But there is a way with the Lily's Clefairy. And that Lily's Clefairy is in hand of Rowan right now. So that Lily's Clefairy being powered up and more benched Pokemon, that Lily's Clefairy would be able to knock out the Gholdengo with 2 pings of Munkidori. Especially now with that Pheasantipity coming down. Oh, hello, energies. Alright, now we can check how many are in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 or 8. Oh, there is 6. Nice. Right, Superior. Finally coming down now. Getting rid of 2 fighting. Hello. I suppose that's fine because you're using the other Superior. Now you have 4 energies in the discard. And now we can throw away 2 other cards, like supposing Nesball. And that, yeah, that Genesect is not doing anything anymore. Getting those 4 back. That's good math. Alright, I suppose he needs 7 energies, right? Because your Vitality Band is spent. 5, 6, 7. Nice. But that does mean you need to discard all of them. And if that Jellicent becomes active next turn, you can't use all of your Superiors. But I suppose if you use or spent 3 energies, you can take a knockout on Monkidori with boss's orders. And I suppose that's the plan, right? Or leaving 10 damage on this Gardevoir? No, not an option. Because Monkidori will be able to transfer over 60, accelerate 60 again, and to be able to retreat. No, that was no option. There was a knockout. It had to happen. Alright, Fez first. What are we drawing? Oh, there's a Devo. It's still not GG though. I mean, that one Gimmighoul would survive with 10 HP. Yeah, but obviously there had to be a retreat into the Jellicent and a Devo. We saw this coming. We saw this coming. Just checking the discard here. Yeah. So Rowan will be able to take 2 prize cards here. Knocking out 2 Gholdengo, but that other Gholdengo would still be active. But without energies, that Gholdengo is just a sitting duck. Right, move 60. And then obviously the game is happening next turn. Because then you can transfer over 6 more and get the knockout on that Gholdengo. And no energies. I mean, there is a boss though. Can you pull it off? Alright, so they did that talk, but what happened now? Did the Gholdengo player win? I mean, he had energy. He was able to... Yeah, he won. Nice. So he was able to Lunar Cycle and draw 2 with Gholdengo. Now, I suppose if he drew into boss, and the boss was the top deck, I suppose. So I think those passes were well timed. Being able to preserve the energies and just wait until he got a one-hit knockout on the Gardevoir. That was such a nice match. I mean, Rowan tried with the Devo play, but it would have been better if he was able to Devo all 3 of them. But because the Gholdengo player knocked out that first Monkidori, like we talked about, that was probably the best play he could have done. To be able to limit the Gardevoir play, to be able to transfer over the damage. Yeah, and that Turo play on the Lopunny, that was just wonderful. Just denying any prize card being taken from it. And Rowan was trying so hard to knock out that Lopunny. Boom, there we see all the energies coming down to be able to knock out the Gardevoir. Alright, second game. So I suppose Rowan wants to go second to be able to item lock on the very first turn. And just limit the setup from the Gholdengo player. Yeah, I suppose Gardevoir doesn't want to go first now anymore. There was a time. But especially now they're playing and relying heavily on Arven to be able to body boffin. And I suppose using TM Evo as well. Yeah. Gholdengo is able to start off with the body boffin. Very nice. Being able to get a very good start here. Was there an air balloon? Oh, there's double air balloon in the prizes. Yeah, I suppose there's no air balloon retreat coming now. No, sir. And prizing the Lopunny as well. But it's at the bottom, so the odds are high he can just grab into it after getting a few knockouts. So are you going for the Bunnery, knowing the Lopunny's prize? I suppose not. Just place down a gimme. Or you have a gimme in hand. I mean, you can always place down the Bunnery. But without those air balloons, retreating into the Lopunny won't be easy. Right, already placing down the Genesect, grabbing to Gholdengos. So it doesn't matter, Rowan disrupts the Gholdengo player now. With that Genesect down, he can always grab out those Gholdengos. Right. Oh, there's 3 in hand now? And a Prime Catcher. But then no attachment for turn. I mean, I suppose that's fine with a hand like that. Oh, nice. Air Balloon Retreat item lock. Wow. Was that the hand? Double monkey, double rolls? And researching the candy away? Interesting. Alright, coin bonus. And Turo. Still no energy. Alright, there's an Artisan coming down now. I suppose to get one... I suppose Moon. Or Solrock, yeah. And then grab the Lunatone next turn? I mean, you can't grab it now. You're item locked. And there's like... Yeah, you have Fighting Gong, but you can't use it. I mean, you can play the Arven, but then you're just sitting on it. What are you grabbing? I suppose Earthen Vessel, if you're not item locked. But I suppose if Rowan evolves into Jellicent, and the Gholdengo player can just boss around that Jellicent, that's why he's taking Earthen Vessel and, yeah, the Evo. Okay, but if Rowan is placing down an Iono now, then those cards are at the bottom of the deck, and they're not useful anymore. But then if Rowan uses Iono, the odds are high the Gholdengo player draws naturally into a Lunatone, and perhaps a Fighting Energy, to be able to use Lunar Cycle. So I think that was a good play there. And there is attachment coming, and a pass. Obviously, because he doesn't have energies in hand. We do see an Ino, I suppose. What's the last card? Right, Artisan first. But what are you Artisaning? Was that the Vessel for the Mew? You're right. Yeah, Vessel Mew. Getting Psychic Dark. Right, attaching Dark, of course. But there's like no discards coming. Yeah, there was just the Oceanic Gloom for 20. Which is not a bad play, though. You're already chipping in some damage onto the Gholdengo, aiming for another Devo play. Because Rowan saw that was a very good tactic. And being able to go aggressive onto that tactic again is the better play. And just maintain that item lock. And it's good he didn't evolve or play any disruption. Because like I said, the Gholdengo player would just be able to boss around it, and then being able to play item cards and disrupt Rowan entirely again. He's eyeing up the Turo though. But what are you Turoing? I suppose the active Gholdengo? Or the Genesect? I suppose you can already knock out the Frillish. I mean, Rowan can always Artisan a Frillish back. Yeah, there's the Genesect. Getting that liability out of play. I mean, that was a good thing because he knew the air balloons were prized. Rowan doesn't know that. But if Rowan finds out that there's no air balloon coming, yeah, and obviously attaching onto another Frillish. But that limits Rowan from getting an attachment onto the Munkidori, being able to maintain the item lock. Right, Super Odds getting the fish back. Not the Mew. I suppose. What am I mewing? Make it rain? Just throwing away all the psychic energies? Nah, let's not do that. Alright, Ino coming down here. Putting him to 5 cards in hand. And another Oceanic Gloom for 60. I mean 20, putting him up to 60 now. Right, there's a coin bonus coming. And the boss's orders as well, but you're item locked, you can't... Right, another coin bonus. Fighting Gong. All those item cards you can't play. Man. But I suppose... Did he draw into a fighting energy? You can always use Lunar Cycle here. But putting down another energy in the discard pile while not being able to retrieve them might not be a good idea here. Yeah, alright. Arven coming down. Oh, and he did drew the Lopunny from the... Yeah, I did drew the Lopunny from the prizes. Alright, and choosing to Evo the Bunnery into Lopunny is interesting. And a Prime Catcher. So I suppose next turn there will be a boss Prime coming to be able, if Rowan ends up evolving into the Jellicent. Because Gholdengo might expect that, but it might not just happen. Right, and now you're not too locked. So he's taking that advantage to be able to evolve the Bunnery into Lopunny, which is... I think it's best counter against Gardevoir Jelly. But being able to retreat that Gholdengo might be tricky. You need to spend your Professor Turo to be able to get that Gholdengo out of the active spot. But then again, Rowan chipped in all that damage, trying so very hard to get that Gholdengo down to 70, or more perhaps, to be able to line up a potential Devo play. Alright, and again, Ino coming down. There goes the Prime Catcher. Alright, another attachment onto the Frillish. Didn't drew into an Earthen Vessel, because otherwise Rowan could have just attached Dark and Psychic Embraced onto the Frillish. Right, and there's a retreat into the Gardevoir. Oh yeah, ping with Monkey, knock out the Gholdengo. Or didn't ping with the Monkey? Oh, he did. That's what I thought. Why would you leave that Gholdengo alive? Right, just get rid of it. Yeah. And now Rowan is on even prizes. Which is, I think, the better play here. But now the Gholdengo player just needs the... No, it's still 6, right? Yeah, the 6 energies onto the Gardevoir EX to get the knockout. But now he's not item locked anymore. That's a good thing. Like, I think Rowan is baiting the Gholdengo. Sorry. To be able to spend all the retrievals and all those items cards to be able to get the knockout onto the Gardevoir, and then next turn evolving into the Jellicent, locking out the Gholdengo player completely. Alright, that's interesting. That's just heavy bait. But I suppose you really want to, because the Gholdengo player only took 1 prize from the Frillish. There's just so much more he has to do now. Yeah, there goes all the item cards. There's like 2 energies left in deck. But once you announce Make It Rain, and another Frillish is coming down, or Jellicent perhaps, there's no retrieval action coming. Alright, playing Arven. I suppose grabbing the retrieval, playing that now. And then you have 7 energies. There's 1 energy left. Oh no, it's perfect math, right? You need those 4. Okay, so Arven is coming down, getting a Fighting Gong, instantly going for the fighting energy. But you still have to play retrieval to be able to attach the metal energy and to get the knockout. Alright, what are you throwing away? Obviously the Genesect. That can go. And I would spare the Premium Power Pro. That's a good tech, by the way. Being able to do 100 damage with the Solrock. And perhaps we haven't seen a Vitality Band. So there might even be a Solrock Vitality Band knockout onto the Munkidori. Especially late game. Alright, I guess we'll see. There's the 6 energies though, and the knockout on the Gardevoir. Right, promoting the Munkidori. There's a secret box for triple Psychic. Wow, that's just a dream as a Gardevoir player. And an Ino to boot. Yeah, obviously. Going heavy now, item locking and Ino to boot. That's very disruptive. Oh, playing the Arven. Hello. I suppose, yeah, you need Night Stretcher to get the Gardevoir back. Alright, now Candy Gardevoir. Okay, knowing that, Rowan spent 2 rare candy to be able to get the Gardevoirs in play. If the Gholdengo player can get a knockout on the Gardevoir now, then there's no Gardevoir plays coming anymore. But then you still have to deal with that Jellicent. Right, Rowan realizing getting rid of that Solrock. Because getting rid of that Solrock means the Gholdengo player can't get a lot of draw onto the board. But now he drew into those Air Balloon. Wait, I suppose they play 3, right? I suppose they're still 2 prized. And I think it's eyeing up the Pheasantipity. Do you want to put that into play now? Suppose not. Right, Artisaning for 2nd Solrock. I mean, 1 Solrock. The other was down. And I think ideally in this situation, I think it's better to just knock out the Munkidori. So there's no Devo play on the board. There's no one-shot coming down on the Gholdengo. So getting rid of a Munkidori, I think, in this situation would be very good. And then next turn you could still knock out the Fez for game. If you're able to use your item cards, of course. And then Rowan still needs 3 prize cards. But there's like no way he can get a one-shot. Or he has to go get a 2-shot onto that Mega Lopunny. Right, and did he drew into boss? No, but he still has Lunar Cycle left. But I suppose if he uses Lunar Cycle and he doesn't draw into boss, then there's no energies left in hand and in deck. Oh, but there is a boss. Right, nice. There is a boss's orders, so he can boss up. I think I would just boss up the monkey. Yeah. Boss up the monkey, play the superior. Or perhaps if there's ways. Oh yeah. How could I forget? I talked about it. Yeah. Getting this knockout on the Gardevoir means that... Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah. There was just no way there was a comeback. Getting rid of that Gardevoir was the ultimate play. Nice. GG's. Damn. Roan tried so hard though. Just ramping up the damage, eyeing up for a potential Devo play. Oof. Damn. Looking back at this, I think this is a very bad matchup for Gardevoir now. I thought Gardevoir would have had the upper hand now, being able to item lock them. But with those 4 bosses orders, there's just no way. Nice. Right. I'll go grab some water. Be right back. Alright. Back at it. Now there's a recap coming from the Blaze. Of course. Yeah, I would have thought Gardevoir Jelly would have been better into Gholdengo. But Gholdengo having access to the Mega Lopunny now? That evens out the matchup. I mean, Gholdengo is even more broken than I thought. Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of Gholdengos again. I mean, it is the top played deck, and I think it's for a reason. But that match was very nicely piloted. Right, now they have their winner talk. Oh, I love the Budgie. I would love to get me one of those. That Budgie would look so good on videos. Yeah. I mean, now I come to think of it, we haven't seen Alana Zaid from the Gholdengo player. Was that even in deck now? Or did they cut the Lana Zaid for the Mega Lopunny? Because obviously there has to be room for the Mega Lopunny. Yeah, now I think of it. But there was like no way he could have ever played Lana Zaid. Because he always wants to go Boss or Professor Turo. Yeah. There's like 1, no room for it, and like 2, no use for it. Yeah, I think the Mega Lopunny is better into Gardevoir Jelly than playing Lana Zade. Maybe that's why they chose to cut it? Yeah, see, that's what I said as well. Just limit those Monkey Dories to be able to set up, to limit the Gardevoir player to be able to channel over the damage. I think targeting down those Monkey Dory was very nicely thought. Because that's the biggest drawback, right? Getting a lot of damage on your board and then being very susceptible for a Devo Ino play. And then get no more Gimmighoul onto your boards and having to rely on lone Solrock Lunatone. Yeah, that's not something you want. So preserving those Professor Turo scenario to limit the damage being placed onto Gholdengo as well as onto Lopunny, that was very good. Alright. Are we going to Kyle now? Oh no, this is not Kyle. This is... what's his name? Pablo. Yeah. Tablemon. Right. Right, we're going to take a look at another recap here. Some key moments they pointed out. Alright. Yeah, that Mega Lopunny can really tank some damage. I mean, how much HP does it have? Was it 340? 330? Yeah, just denying those 3 prize cards. I think that really won of the game. Because even after the Devo play, Rowan still needed to get, what was it, 2 prize cards, 3 prize cards? And limiting that knockout was very good. And then realizing Mega Lopunny was the biggest threat, he would just get rid of the binary. Because imagine, that Lopunny takes 3 hits, right? Having 2 Professor's Research in your deck means you could just hit reliably 230, Air Balloon Retreat 230. I mean, the turn after, obviously you can't retreat and come back active. Nice. And there we saw the boss onto the Gardevoir. Was that game 1 still? I think that was game 1, right? Yeah. Or game 2 even. Because now he's eyeing up the Fez. Yeah, and then he went for Fez. Nestball Fez. I think this was game 2. Yeah. And then next turn there was another boss onto the Gardevoir. I mean, that was a good play. But without any other Ralts in play... Yeah. But I think, did Rowan not just spend all of his recovery to get that Monkey Dory back with the Dark Energy? Oh no, he played Night Stretcher to get Gardevoir back. And then Rare Candy Gardevoir. Yeah, so there was no recovery left for Ralts. And there was like no Ralts left in deck. And one in the prize cards. And denying the prize cards means that Ralts didn't hit the board. Yeah, this was the second game. Then we saw the Superior with the Genesect and the Nestball gone. Yeah, there's the attachments. And then the 7. Oh, he did spend the premium power prayer. Oh, I didn't see. I didn't realize. Nice. But I suppose he knew he just didn't have to use it anymore, and just spending it would be better than having to get it back from Ino. But that Devo play was nice. Yeah. But that Gholdengo didn't have 60 HP. I mean, enough damage on it to be able to knock it out. And then evolving into it. That was the top cards. And I suppose, how many cards were there left in deck? He has Superior Boss and he can see his entire deck. Nice. How much time would there be to see the other match? I think things just didn't go into overtime. I suppose. I guess we'll see. Love the Pikachu just snoring. Right, 7 more minutes. And another recap. Nice. Let's go. Well, this time they're going faster, though. And I suppose Rowan did play Double Stretcher. Well, there was the one prized, and he didn't get it. Because I knew second game there was a Ralts prized, and the Night Stretcher prized. And the Gardevoir as well. And Rowan only taking 4 prize cards mean the most important resources were still left in the prize cards. Yeah, and there we saw the knockout. Nice. That's a good trainer tip. I mean, we saw some players coming down who were prepared, but that couldn't attend the regional because of the heavy snowfall. I knew there was some players, especially like Julius. Julius was coming down from Amsterdam, and now his flight, he was almost there. He was almost in Canada. And then he had to return to Amsterdam and then getting his flight back to Finland. That was so unfortunate. And then like with a French junior, or I suppose senior. What was his name? Forgot. There's like so many players who couldn't attend. Like, I suppose all the American players can just drive there by car. But then again, they would still have their heads up and take care of how they drive in that heavy snowfall. Like, if you have to rely on the plane going there and going last minute, like getting there Thursday or Friday, I mean, I suppose you don't just want to get there in a week's in advance, right? That would, one, cost you time, which you obviously can't miss or can't spare. And it costs a lot of money, you know? Being able to pay a hotel. And it has to pay off, you know? These top players, they have to expect like top 32. Oh, that's going to be Charizard Dawn, is it? Was that his top pick? Oh, there's Amy. Oh, Emma. Emma Hagen. Yeah, Amy. Oh, I'm so bad with the names today. Okay, that's interesting. So Emma playing Charizard Dawn now? Nice bling, though. We see double Hilda. Wait. I did say Charizard. It's not Charizard. Obviously, it's Emma playing. What am I saying? Charizard. Obviously, I am surprised Emma's still playing Eevee Box right now. And with a double EX. But it's interesting, though. Double Area 0 with Gravity Mountain, seeing no Dusclops or Dusknoir to fit your damage output. But we see the Triple Jet, though. Triple Jet to counter Yveltal stall plays, or perhaps going into Terra Box yourself against Sob plays. Triple Jet is just very good. And being able to get that out with a Pidgeot is just so very nice. But having to rely on that one rare candy to be able to evolve your 101 Pidgeot, that's the only hiccup this deck has. But if you manage to place it down, then this deck has a lot of potential. And then obviously there's this one-class Trumpet. Oh, I was thinking about Chorus's Tenacity, but Hilda can get the Jet Energy as well. So I suppose if you evolve your Noctowl into... If you evolve your Hoot into Noctowl, grab Hilda, Hilda can get you Jet Energy, and perhaps even the Sparkling Crystal. That's nice. You can charge up your Flareon EX instantly with that Sparkling Crystal. Words, wow. And get the Jet Energy to get it active. And as well, just putting a Jet on the Eevee, which is on the bench, putting that on in the active spot, being able to evolve instantly into the Flareon, and then use Sparkling Crystal to be able to get your first attack off. And then knowingly, we have a very Gholdengo heavy format now. Yeah, I think EVBox still has a good place in the standard format. This format, though, I don't think it will be played as much soon after Ascended Heroes. Or there might be just a 1/1/1 Dragonite line in it to be able to hit 330. That would fix a lot of the damage, right? But then having this 1 water double lightning, that might be a big hiccup for this deck as well. And that Terrapagos is interesting. But Terrapagos might mainly be there to counter Cornerstone Maskogapon, because otherwise you need to rely on Carnelian from Flareon. They might just not always want to use Carnelian. Or perhaps if there is a lot of Raging Bolts, you can just win the game with Terrapagos being able to use Crown Opal, turn after turn again. Oh, and this Dawn. It's amazing. I wish I was there at the moment, competing. I would have loved to have that Dawn. But I suppose Birmingham will have that as well next week. I think I'll message some people who really want that promo. And that's Piper. That's also cool, because I would thought Piper would compete in today's regional. But seeing her on the casting table is just nice. That's already one good step forward, right? Being able to sit there, just talk about the things you love. Alright, 2 players going 5-0. We have Dragapult Dusknoir against Mega Absol Kangaskhan. That will be interesting. Like, this is a very good matchup for Dragapult. If Mega Absol doesn't put down a Psyduck, because Psyduck can be quite of a hiccup, but being able to place 6 damage counters on it and being able to finish it off with Holucha is very good for Dragapult, and being able to use Dusknoir next turn to be able to one-shot an Absol. Or perhaps just a Kangaskhan. Oh, the Psyduck is prized! No! Oh, there's no Ino coming down, and 1 Budgio prized. But Dragapult playing Air Balloon? Is this player just playing Arven as well? How can you reliably get it out? I mean, the price is not too bad for the Absol player. Apart from the duck, though. That duck is bad. Alright. I'm excited to see how this works out. I mean, Air Balloon might just fix Ursaluna. Because if you Air Balloon Ursaluna attach, you can retreat without putting the Latias down. But then again, it is a tool you need to rely on, which you can't reliably get out of your deck. Or I suppose we'll just see. Alright, Buddypoffin right off the bat. Placing Dreepy from the hand though. Alright, we'll see. We'll check the deck here. Oh, there is a crystal. Did I see that well? There was a crystal, right? There was no Neo upper. Interesting. I didn't see an Arven. How are you getting that out of your deck? Or I suppose, if you play Air Balloon Crystal, you might just play Arven instead of Hilda, right? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, also Crystal can reliably set you up, because I've had moments myself. I attach to one Dreepy, attach to another Dreepy, and then just next turn your only energy is Neo Upper. What are you going to do with it? Yeah, just attach it to one other, I suppose. But having that Sparkling Crystal means you need Attachment Crystal to be able to attack with the Dragapult, like we used to. But I suppose this build will be not as good against Guardy Jelly, right? Because Jelly is active, you can't place Crystal. But then again, Guardy is a bad matchup entirely. Right, we'll see Arven coming down. Obviously, to get that Turbo Energized and the Trolley. We didn't see the Trolley prized. But I suppose Trolley's in his hand? No, Trolley's in deck. And there's 2 Mists. Yeah, but there's no Duck. No. So you can't just place the Mist on the Duck, there's no Duck. Alright, it's writing down the prizes. Ah, good thing. Did Dragapult play Moltres now? Because I don't. I do in my deck. Just the one of Moltres, and then 2 Fire, 1 Psychic. But I've said that before, right? But that's an interesting Dragapult list. And going 4-0 with it. I mean, that means it just works, right? Right, throwing down an Ultra Ball. Or playing Vessel, getting rid of Ultra Ball. Getting 2 Docks out. Obviously because he needs his attachment for turn to be able to use Turbo Energize. But what are you energizing on? I suppose Monkey Dory, if you can place them down. I just see the 1 Nest Ball. Suppose it's going to be for an Absol. Yeah, obviously. You don't just want to attach 2 onto Monkey Dory, right? Oh, there's another Nest Ball. Alright, suppose this Nest Ball can become Monkey Dory. And then you could attach 1 to each, having 1 left, placing Latias next turn to be able to retreat into Absol. Or I suppose you do want to attach 2 to Absol. Then next turn you can use Claw of Darkness. And he already placed down the Latias. Obviously, because, you know, you're going up against Dragapult, and the odds are high Dragapult are playing Ino. Yeah, and there's the double attachment onto the Absol. Right. So that's his plan. Like, there's not much going on the board, at least evolution-wise, because their board is just stacked right now. But evolution-wise, there's not much going on. And getting rid of anything the Dragapult player doesn't want to put down is very good. Especially resources for late game. Oh, there is a Moltres, I just saw. Right, placing down the Monkey Dory. And an Ainu straight off the bat. Right, getting rid of that energy. But I suppose the odds are high he's drawing into that energy now. Because Mega Kangaskhan is playing a lot of dark energies. Alright, didn't see their hands. Oh, that's a good hand. Alright, Recon here. What are you looking for, though? Oh, we can't see it. Alright, Budgie Poffin. You have Dragapult. Would this list play Rare Candy, I wonder? Because I adapted to 2 candies now. 2 candy to Stretcher, Moltres. I wonder if this list would play Rare Candy. And obviously you're going to spend your attachment onto the Dreepy to be able to retreat. And choosing the Luminous, though. Choosing the Luminous means you can't get it back reliably with Night Stretcher. Because if you spend a basic energy, you can always get it back late game. But I suppose there had to be an attachment, right? And obviously there is an attachment onto the Absol. And I think in this situation, I just might get rid of Dragapult. Getting rid of the Dragapult means you need to spend resources to be able to get it back. Although, getting rid of the energies might also be good. Seeing that the Dragapult player already retreated with one Luminous, now there's 2 energies in the discard. But now the Dragapult player knows he only needs 1 attachment because he's running the Crystal. Interesting. And he still has the 1 energy in hand, though. Oh, they play Candy. Right. But what's he staring at? Don't see. Oh, it's a Night Stretcher. Took the Night Stretcher. I didn't see the other card, though. So I suppose... I mean, do you really want to attach Retreat Night Stretcher Budgie? No. Oh, it's a Jet Headbutt. Nice. Right, chipping in some damage is very nice. Because now that Absol is 1 Klops, 1 Hawlucha, and a Phantom Dive away from being knocked out. But obviously there's the attachment onto the Munkidori. Getting rid of damage from the Absol. Placing it onto the Duskull, of course, because that's the biggest threat. Why did he pre-place it onto the Dragapult? Because when this Duskull becomes Dusknoir, then that would be very bad. I mean, I would get rid of the recovery here. Just go as hard as you can. Because that Ursaluna is not being able to do a lot. But getting rid of a Rare Candy, I get it. Because now the Dragapult player can't instantly evolve into the Dusknoir. Because the Absol player doesn't know the Dusknoir is prized, right? Oh, there's the Crystal. Hold up. But there's no Dracloak in the discard. So you can attach Crystal. But next turn, Claw of Darkness is just going to get rid of that Night Stretcher. So you might just play it now. I mean, in that case, why are you getting rid of? No, he's placing down the Ursaluna. And then forcing the Absol player to get rid of that Night Stretcher. Yeah, I suppose Budgie wasn't really a target to Night Stretcher back. Because that Munkidori, if a second one would come... Oh, there is a second one. Oh, my bad. Because if you would attach onto that second Munkidori, yeah, that Budgie would just be knocked out, right? That would just not be good. Right, there's this damage thing going. Alright, there's an Ino top deck. What's it? I mean, I would just continue. Use Claw of Darkness, right? That Dragapult is going down. Crystal is going down. Then you still need 2 attachments. And there's 2 Dreepy staring down at you. Those are not going to do much. Plus Blood Moon Ursaluna needs 2 attachments still. But then you can knock out the Duskull. Obviously, that's have to be your play. Yeah. Nice. So that Duskull is down. No more Dusknoir threats. And there's still no attachment onto the Munkidori. And he got rid of 2 Luminous Energy. So that other Luminous Energy must be reserved for the Munkidori. But when is that coming down? I mean, you need your attachments onto the Dreepy to be able to get future knockouts. Unless there's this one of Crispin we didn't see. Alright, Vessel, throwing me the counter catcher. Obviously because you're ahead of prizes, so you don't need it anymore. I'm getting 2 dark here. Oh, there's just the 1 dark left in deck. Right, so there's just going to be the 1. But I suppose you don't only need 1, right? And just continue to heal off the Absol. Yeah. Just be disruptive as you can. Just healing Absol, continue to use Claw of Darkness. Because there's no Dracloak on board, there's no draw supporter. And without anything going on, this Dragapult player is just a sitting duck. And getting rid of its only attacker. I mean, there's still the Ursaluna, but without the ability to attack, it's just chilling there. Alright, Lily for 6 here. And there is a penny though. Alright, now we see another heals going down onto the Blood Moon, obviously, because next turn you can boss, ping 1 with Monkey Dory, and just finish it off for game. Nice. I suppose there's nothing the Dragapult player can do now. I mean, yeah, obviously, and top decking Ultra Ball is not doing anything. No. That was a nice show. I suppose that's the real downside. Not having a board state which can do a lot, and then having to deal with the Claw of Darkness disrupting you turn after turn. I think this Dragapult player might have just went too hard. I mean, Attach Retreats Night Stretcher Baju might have not been a bad play, I feel like. But then again, what would you stop? Like Earthen Vessel? Yeah, that wouldn't do much as well. Yeah, that was a nice showcase here. Alright, going into game 2 here. I suppose Dragapult player wants to go second now, obviously. Because that's the first thing you want to do. Is like itchy pollen your opponents before they can set up anything, basically. Alright, we're going to see the prizes coming down here. Let's see the prizes. Oh, we didn't see the prizes? Nice. Oh, that... Hold up. There's Team Rocket's Watchtower. That's interesting. That stops your own Kangaskhan as well. But I suppose it does stop Charizard Dawn. Getting rid of the Noctowl plays. And the Pidgeot to boot. It also shuts down your Kangaskhan to be able to hit through Cornerstone. That's a nice tech, being able to think about it. Team Rocket's Watchtower shuts down your Absol, no, your Kangaskhan, and with 3 attachments, you'll be able to hit through Cornerstone Mask. But it still doesn't hit through Crustle. That's also a thing to think about for the post-rotation lists. Because I've been building them last week. I still don't have much though, just the 4. Have Typhlosion, Sterile Hedge, Dragapult, and 1 other. And there's a Monkey Dory attach pass. He did take his time though. Right, an Artisan coming down, and an Ino. Wow. And again attaching the Luminous. But I suppose, yeah. you must if you can't have any other targets. I mean, you still have Artisan to place down the budget. Oh, we drew into a Body Puff in here. Right, nice. Now you can get your Treepies going. Then perhaps use Artisan for the budget. Getting Itchy Pollen online. Because your opponent is not playing any Nest Ball. Yeah, there we go. Because that's the best thing you can do. Because of the Monkey Dory attached pass. But you have to be careful not to overdo it. Because the next turn, Monkey Dory can just transfer over 10. And after 3 turns, their budget is knocked out. And your opponent gets a prize. Unless you put down your own Monkey Dory next turn. Because we didn't see the Dragapult players' prizes yet. Alright, playing Artisan here. Getting the duck, so the duck isn't prized now. Good thing to know. But do you choose to put it down this early? I suppose, what other thing are you getting? Double Monkey? Double Monkey is not going to do a lot this early. So might as well get the duck, right? I mean, there's not much going on. There's a penny, there's a boss. And I suppose that's the best thing you can do. You can just boss something up and force the Dragapult player to attach retreat again, to not retreat on the to not attach on the Dreepy, to be able to charge that up. Right? Right, now we have a clear view of the deck though. For a second. Alright, Artisan coming down for another Dreepy. And I didn't see an Arven. I mean, I'm in disbelief. I don't think Crystal can do, quite that much more for Dragapult. I mean, apart from the thing that I said, you know, when you attach to one Dreepy, attach to another Dreepy, and then you're just left with 2 attachments on 2 Dreepy, and you have your Neo Upper Energy to attach for next turn. Yeah, you have 3 attachments onto your Dragapult and just, yeah, have 1 too much energy going on. But then again, I do see the use of it. But not being able to pull it out reliably, I don't know. I do think Hilda is the superior supporter. Oh, there is an Arven. Oh, nice. Might be the 1-off Arven, or perhaps 2-off. Right? I don't know. Alright, another Itchy Pollen going down here. There's an Arven. I suppose next turn this budget is going down, but... I mean, you can Arven. You can place down the Kangaskhan. You can channel over damage, retreat Kangaskhan, and then charge up, yeah. Use Turbo Energize to charge up the Absol, right? But channel over the damage first. Or would you leave it there? I mean, do you have an attachment now? But you do need to attach Kang, right? And you can't use your Earthen Vessel. Okay, so you leave the Monkey, because the next turn you can Monkey 3 damage counters on the Budgie, knocking that out, and then being able to use Claw of Darkness next turn is very good. But you still can't use the Earthen Vessel, even when the Budgie was knocked out, because you remain item locked. And again, I've seen this happen. People knock out my Budgie, and then they think they're not item locked anymore. And then they start playing item cards. Alright, so Cloak coming down here. And still we can't see the recon. What the choice is. Going for another recon. Right. I mean, you still need 2 attachments though. And because there was no boss's orders coming, you can now reliably attach onto the Dracloak. But still, I would rather place down another Dracloak and not place down the Dragapult just yet, and just attach 1. Although, like, boss's orders is fine as well. Boss the Kangaskhan, force a Latias into play, and then place 1 damage counter on another Pokemon, so that Monkey Dory can only transfer over 2 damage counters, not being able to knock out the Budgie. Right? Oh, Latias is down. What am I saying? What am I... Alright, there's the new... No, not Neo. Luminous. And the Dragapult, yeah, because that Dragapult can take a hit. Right. So that was probably the better play. Evolve into Dragapult, so your energy is safe, even from 1 Claw of Darkness. Yeah, now the Ultra Ball's coming down. I suppose for another Dracloak, you really need another Dracloak now. And he still had Arven in hand though, so you can just Arven for Crystal and just... Oh, hold up. No, you have to get Dracloak here. There was just no way you Ultra Ball here for Halucha and just go hard into the Psyduck to be able to get the Dusknoir online next turn. You have to think about your own setup. Alright. Another Recon coming down. What's the choice? I see Dragapult. I think the Dragapult is coming down. Alright, you have Dawn. I suppose just use... What would you use here? I mean, Arven can get you go hard. You can knock out the Monkey Dory, place 6 on the Psyduck, but then boss's orders would chip 1 damage counter in onto the Mega Kangaskhan. Or the Duck, even. Suppose. Or you're knocking out the Duck with Jet Headbutt. Interesting. I mean, I'm thinking about it. Dragapult going this hard? I don't know. I would just keep item locking and perhaps promoting the Kangaskhan, but then obviously you're giving your opponent some draw. But he's getting the draw either way, right? I think keep item locking your opponent was probably better. Knowing he was taking the Vessel and he didn't have any energies in hand, otherwise there would have been an attachment last turn. And now he can use the Earthen Vessel. Interesting. And we also see the inclusion of the Toadstool. It's a double Toadstool. So I suppose cutting the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon and putting in a Toadstool against Gholdengo is probably better. Limit them from playing Superior Energy Retrieval rather than just hoping they haven't got an answer against the Cornerstone, because now they do, because they're running Mega Lopunny. That's also a cool thing to think about. Right, and obviously the Vessel going down now. Getting rid of that Toadstool, because in this scenario, I mean, it might. Dragapult relies a lot on Night Stretcher late game, so I think a well-placed Toadstool might as well be disruptive late game. Right, now I suppose your attachment has to come down on the Absol. And I think you want to find yourself the Bravery Charm, but there is no Bravery Charm. You have access to Countercatcher though, so I suppose attach Absol, Countercatcher, Dracloak. Again, getting rid of the consistency is probably better. And I suppose switching in the patch wouldn't be bad. To be able to poison your Absol, so the damage counters tick, so you can transfer over more damage with Monkey Dory later turns. Are you knocking out the Dusknoir? Are you that afraid of a Dusknoir play? Right, you're attaching active. Oh, why did you... I would just leave that damage there. But I suppose there's no way, or there is a way, Dragapult can always place damage counters, right? I would just let the damage counters remain there and not just put it onto the active, because that just wastes it. You're just using Claw of Darkness, right? Or am I missing something? I mean, we took the one knockout. It would have been better if you used Monkey Dory to be able to knock out the Budgie next turn, to put you on even prizes, so you have to knock out a Dragapult and perhaps, yeah, the Ursaluna, right? I don't know. Alright, Artisan coming down here. Oh, there was a Hawlucha prized. And there is Town Store as well? Dragapult playing Town Store? Wow, that's interesting. Wouldn't you rather want to run 2 Jamming Tower? Or perhaps 3? I even thought about running 3 Jamming Tower. Because Jamming Tower stops so much these days. Alright. That being said, we're looking at a recon directive here. Oh, but the deck wasn't shuffled or cut. And now he chose to cut it. Good thing he didn't see his cards just yet. Alright, what are the choices? Was that Team Evo? Hold up. Team Evo? Well, that is interesting. Alright, it's a Psychic and... I can't see the other cards. Oh, it is going down. We can't see it. Nope, it's gone. Right, it shows the Psychic energy though. Choosing to play Arven. I suppose grabbing the crystal here, attaching the Psychic on another Dracloak is very good. And I suppose grabbing a Buddy Boffin to get your Dusks back. Right? No, Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher for the Duskull. I mean, do you want to go this hard with recovery? I suppose you don't want to. But then again, the other Dusk is prized, so you have to get Night Stretcher. Obviously. Alright. Like I said, attachment to Cloak, using Night Stretcher, getting Dusk back. Right. Just applying pressure. But I suppose next turn there will be... Or there might be a Boss's Orders coming onto that Duskull. Because that Dusknoir can fix a lot of the damage problems against this matchup. Because you've hit Phantom Dive once, and then even with the Bravery Charm, that Absol is not safe. But I suppose if you can switch off some damage with the Monkey Dory, that will be fine. In combination with the Bravery Charm, of course. Because without Bravery Charm, that Absol would still be in range. Oh, there is the Bravery Charm. And you have another attachment onto the other Monkey Dory. So you have double Monkey and Bravery Charm, putting it 10 damage out of reach. Wait, is it? No, a lot more. So... Double Monkey off here, putting it onto 140 left. And putting a Bravery Charm on it, putting it onto 190 damage left. But obviously, Absol... Oh, wait. Is there a world where you can just Terminal Period onto the Dragapult? There is, right? I suppose Double Monkey onto Dragapult, the Terminal Period. I mean, there is like 6 cards in hand for the Dragapult player. And that Budgie is still into play. That can be knocked out later turns. That's fine. Just... Or we might even see... No, there's no way. I mean, that Dragapult has to come down. Because if you channel over damage to get rid of the Duskull, you can't Claw of Darkness to get rid of the Dragapult. Choices. I would just get rid of the Dragapult. Just Terminal Period. Because that's the biggest threat. Because that Absol is going down from another Phantom Dive. And it's out of range from the Dusknoir. So that Dusknoir is not a threat next turn unless another Dragapult comes down. And obviously that Bravery Charm has to go on it. And an Ino. Ino to 5. I mean, it did had a lot of supporters going on. So the odds are high he can grab into some good resources here. I mean, he did recon a Dragapult onto the bottom of his deck. So that is still an option to get back. Alright. What is Daichi doing now? Thinking. And obviously he wants to get rid of the Absol's damage. There's just no way he could leave it there, obviously. 3 going down. Obviously on the Dragapult. Yeah. Other monkey. Putting it onto the Dragapult again. Yeah. And then terminal period. He's placing down his damage, his remaining health points. Nice. And a lively stadium to boot. That is very hard to deal with now. Unless you find yourself a stadium bump, but your town store is prized. And I doubt you run more than 2 stadium. So that lively stadium is probably going to stick. And if you don't find a Dragapult, you can't deal with this Absol. I mean, there's just like no way you budge you now, right? Right, Recon coming down. Hold up. That's Buddy Poffin and something. See, you choose the Team Evo though. No, the Buddy Poffin. Okay. I mean, what would you Buddy Poffin here? I mean, you can reliably thin it out. Oh, you have Rare Candy Dusknoir. Right? No, he doesn't have Rare Candy. That's why he put the Dusknoir onto the bottom. But you can Lily for 6 new cards here. There is no attachment for turn and no Dragapult. But was there an Ultra Ball? Was there a way to get the Dragapult? But without the attachment for turn, that's just a target for another terminal period, right? Oh, there's an Evo coming down. And an... Yeah, and the Lily. Wait. Mate, what are you doing? He was shuffling his hands. Yeah, it's a common mistake. When you're playing I know as well, and Lily, yeah, you might confuse yourself in the accents you're doing. As long as you don't shuffle your hands into your deck when playing I know, everything is fine. Alright, 6 new cards here. And I hope you have an attachment for turn. You have Candy. What's the other card? Ooh, mate, these are all dead cards. I mean, you can counter catch it, but... Wait, yeah, you can counter catch it, obviously. No. I think this game is played. I mean... This is done, right? Monkey Dory can just channel over the damage, get rid of the Duskull, and perhaps with the boss's orders. I mean, you have to place down the Petulant. You can retreat into Kang and then patch the Absol back into the active spot, because otherwise you can't do it. But getting rid of this Duskull would be rather good. Although, getting rid of the Budgie here... Was that... Can you play... You can't place 6 onto the Budgie. Once you place 3, it gets knocked out, so now you can place 3 again. You can't simultaneously do 6 damage counters onto their Budgie. Alright, there's an Arven coming down here. We could still can't play the item cards. I mean, it's like we talked about, right? It doesn't matter if you knock out the Budgie, you still remain item locked. Alright, there's an E-switch coming down. I suppose for next turn. Because there's no way there's an attachment onto that Duskull coming down to be able to retreat to the Dragapult. Or Dracloak, right? Or another Budgie. No. There's like no way you place down another Budgie here. Right, Fez coming down, but Fez is not doing anything. There was no knockout. Oh, but I like this. Attachments onto the Fez means attach one E-switch onto the Fez and being able to snipe a Dracloak out of play. That is interesting. And then Bravery Charm onto the Fezandipity while being boosted by Lively Stadium. What do you mean? I would get rid of Aino because Ainoing Daichi here now. That would be very bad because Daichi is... Yeah. Because Daichi is knocking out the Duskull and Ainoing him to 1 will be very disruptive. Doesn't matter what he has in hand. Oh, and top decking a switch. Oh, mate. This is not good. I mean, now think about it. Switch and Dragapult? Wouldn't you rather play to Scenario? And where's the Latias? Wow. This is very interesting. That was counter catch a Dracloak. That's GG's, right? You can't do anything. I mean, you can play Lily and just hope you have attachments. You go for Arven. But Arven doesn't ensure you attachments Dragapult. Plus this Absol is just going to knock you out, right? It's done. It's played. What are you looking for here? I mean, you have Kanzi, you have Monkey Dory, but those are all dead cards and you played Arven. So you can get Ultra Ball, but Jet Headbutt is only doing 70 damage, right? Yeah, it's GG's. He realized, yeah, he couldn't get the attack off. Damn. Yeah, seems like I was wrong again. I thought Dragapult would be hitting better into Absol Kangaskhan. But Absol Kangaskhan has evolved quite a bit now. And it didn't pay much attention to the deck. But seeing this played out, I think it might have potential in the future as well. Even post-rotation. I mean, you're losing Turbo Energize and Arven. There's like a huge hit to the teeth directly. But it still has potential, you know. I don't know, I'm thinking about it. I'm still thinking about this Dragapult though. Like, that was an interesting list, but it didn't perform that well against Mega Absol. Also, was that just the one Budgie? Did he choose to go one Budgie, one Team Evo split? And then having the Arven and Townstor to be able to go reliably for the Team Evo? That's some food for thought. Alright, I'll get some more water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? Not that much, right? They talked about the matchup? Well, no, that's the winner talk. Right. I mean, this Absol deck, I think it's very interesting. Oh, there's like a translator with them as well? That's cool. To have your official translator coming with you everywhere. I mean, no, right? It's an appointed translator. I mean, might be. I mean, like, still, I think this Absol list, it's very interesting. Being able to adapt now. With the Steam Rocket Watchtower, it doesn't just stop the enemy's Noctowl and Pidgeot, but it stops your Mega Kangaskhan having ability as well to be able to knock through the Cornerstone Muskoka and various other things as well. But you are shutting off your ability. That's both a good thing and a bad thing, right? Right, Pablo is running down the matchup as well. I mean, looking back to the matchup, I think it was quite the massacre. Dragapult still wasn't being able to set up reliably, even with 3-draw Cloak in play. And I think that the decision Daichi made to use Claw of Darkness turn after turn, I think that was a good call to be able to limit the Dragapult player from using resources, just cut everything out of their hands. And I mean, that Duck KO, that didn't just do anything. You weren't being able to set up. So that Duck KO didn't do you quite well. But then again, you didn't have enough damage to be able to knock out a Monkey Dory. It was just the Jet Headbutt. And that's always a tricky thing, placing the damage counters in Mega Absol. Like, most of the time you're just focused at getting to knock out the active, and then just chip in some damage. But going 2-2-2 split is rather good, because Monkey Dory can transfer 3 damage counters from one Pokemon, and then 3 from another. But having 2-2-2 split means there's always 2 on the board, and having to be only able to place over 2 at the time. But like, no, right? Because you choose to Adrenabrain from the active Pokemon, right? Yeah, and that was the Lively Stadium and the Bravery Charm to boot. There was just no way Ramon was able to deal with this. That was just too much. Like, even with a Dusknoir, you still had to Phantom Dive. I mean, but then again, I think it was better to target down to Monkey Dory, because there was no way there was a terminal period coming. But like, Ramon drew into nothing, basically. So that was bad. Yeah, there we saw the hand. That was just one dead hand. Yeah, I don't think he could have played it differently. He just did everything he could I mean, that's... Oh, wait, yeah. Lively Stadium was in play. So Budju's health was boosted as well. Oh, I forgot about the stadium. Oh, now I realize. Yeah, I thought you can't place 6 damage counters onto the Budju, but I didn't realize the stadium was still in play. Yeah. I forgot. My bad. Yeah, then he played the Arven for the Bravery Charm. And then there was an attachment onto the Pheasantipity, which was good. I really liked that, because one attachment, one E-switch, could be able to snipe a Dracloak on the bench, even if he didn't evolve anything. So that was pretty nice. But it didn't need to use it, but it just checkmate the opponent. That was really nice. Alright, this is some Daichi recaps, I suppose. Damn, just look at the snow over there. Damn, this is crazy. Yeah, we didn't see that much snow at all here in Belgium. That's crazy. But I suppose in Canada, up north, you're bound to see a lot of snow. Nice, snowball. Oh, this is some Anaheim recap, I suppose. Nice. I mean, talking about these juniors, these are some high-level players. Come to think of it, I suppose not even masters get that much coaching as they do oftentimes. They got their separate training schedule. I mean, often those juniors can get some diet schedules as well to be able to to rely on high fibers only and high concentration foods. It's crazy. Yeah, that was some nice run. Being able to snipe with the Raging Bolt over and over again, limiting their setup. Ooh, that was a mistake. Because you got rid of the energy switch. Oof. Is that the new upper? Yeah. It's what we like to see on Dragapult. Just 2 fancy energies. Boom. Nice. Knockout. GG's. Look at him walking down the catwalk. That must be such a nice feeling, right? Having to play on this level all day and then just relieve yourself of all the stress and just take a walk on the catwalk. Right? Nice. This is a recap of LAOC. Yeah, Sao Paulo. Oh, right. Grimmsnarl. That's a deck you don't see much these days. I mean, Grimmsnarl has quite fallen off because it's not as aggressive as a deck. And you have to be very aggressive these days against those big mega Pokemon. And it doesn't have that much damage output as well. Just having limited damage, only 180. Having to rely either on a Devo play or just a stall play with an Yveltal, I suppose. But if you can't do either one of the two, then there's no way this deck is ever winning again. Boom. And there was the Guardian Mirror matchup. I mean, oftentimes Guardian Mirrors always come down to who has the most Monkey Dory in play, right? And who's able to item lock and disrupt first. Most of the times. There's the energies. Boom. Nice. Alright, now we're back in Toronto. Who's making a snow angel? Oh, it's Pocket Jewels. Nice. Alright. What's the time looking at here? I mean, those matchups were over rather quickly. I mean, being able to 2-0 yet again. And that went down pretty fast. I mean, Piper's really having the time of her life. I wonder what we're going to see up next. I mean, we have seen Gholdengo, we have seen Absol, we have seen Dragapult, and we have seen Gardevoir. We haven't yet seen a Charizard. So I would love to see a Charizard match now. Oh, what's this now? Oh, another Gholdengo? Gholdengo Prime Catcher. That's the real debate now, is it? What's the better A-spec for Gholdengo? Is it Prime Catcher now, or is it Precious Trolley? And is this a split of gimmies? Just a 1-1-1-1 gimme? That is interesting. I mean, you have continuous coin toss, you have minor errands running, you have call for family, and you have slap gimme goal. That's interesting. And I see a lot of lists running just the 2-air balloon instead of the 3-air balloon. Oh, wow. That's another team that drove through the snowstorm. Wow, shout out to them. And that's Pumpkin Amy getting ready for Toronto. I wonder how she's doing, what deck she's playing. Because she's teasing the deck. Yeah, obviously in the post. But I don't know what deck she's playing. I mean, last time she played Conkeldurr, but that was back in Lille. That is some time ago. And Conkeldurr was performing pretty well because back then Absol was pretty new. Nobody really had counters to Conkeldurr, and Conkeldurr was being able to knock out like Mega Absol, taking 3 prize cards without a single energy used. So that was a well-positioned deck. That was a good meta call. Or anti-meta call, I should say. Are we going to see Rahul ready? Daichi Shimada versus Rahul Reddy. I mean, we already saw Daichi, so I doubt we will see Daichi again. I suppose they're just going to feature another match here. That is interesting. Oh, but obviously they're featuring the top match, right? Raymond against Simon. I wonder what deck they're playing. And I wonder what Rahul is playing as well. I mean, he was teasing something. He was playing Terrabox. So that will be exciting to see Rahul on stream playing Terrabox, right? That would be lovely. Alright, Raymond and Simon. It's Gardevoir against Dragapult yet again. We have seen so many of these matches. And it is going down to what version Raymond is playing of Gardevoir. Because Gardevoir isn't as well positioned into Dragapult as it was. So I'm excited to see what kind of cards they're playing into Gardevoir. I mean, we might even see the Diancie. And the Diancie is just an easy 3-prizer for Dragapult. There's just one Dusknoir pop, one Phantom Dive, and boom, you're 3 prizes ahead. While the opponent is only able to take 2 prizes. Unless there's some cheeky Monkey Dory plays. I mean, might be one of those Gardevoir lists that rely a lot on the Monkey Dory. And playing the 4 copies of it. Alright, what's it going to be? Do we see who goes to go first? No, we don't see that. But I suppose these days both players want to go second, right? I mean, like I said, there was a time that Gardevoir wanted to go first, but that time is long past. Now Gardevoir usually runs just the 1 Frillish, or if it's Gaudy Jelly, then they run 2 Frillish and 1 Jellicent. Either way, both players want to go second here, to be able to item lock the opponent on the very first turn. Alright, are we going to see some hands here? And some prize cards. Alright, prize cards coming down now. We have a Ralts prized, Clefairy prized, that's going to be huge. Oh, and it's a Luckscape version, interesting. I mean, and a lot of supporters priced for Simon, 1 Lily, 1 Ino, and 1 Boss. So I suppose Dragapult only plays the 1 or 2 copies of the Boss, because it plays very heavy on the counter catcher. And just the 1 Budgie. I mean, this might as well be a 1-1 split deck, and having the 1 Budgie and 1 Team Evo. Excuse me, but I suppose if you want to play Dragapult right, you play 2 Budgie. Alright, let's go. Dragapult going first. And was that a Budgie Poffin? There is a Budgie Poffin. Right, checking the deck here. Let's see the ace spec. I mean, obviously it's a Neo upper. Yeah, I think that's still the superior ace spec. Although, like I said, I do get why the other player chose to run Sparkling Crystal though. But just having the option of going very hard. I mean, Neo Upper Energy has saved me so much last cup I played. That was just crazy. Just Ionoing, evolving into Dragapult, Iono, and having the Neo Upper Energy from the Iono. I mean, those are some crazy things. Oh, that's a good setup. Having double Dreepy, double... Hold up. He's contemplating. Yeah. Having the 1 Duskull, it's not getting knocked out this turn. So this Duskull is quite safe. Although the Gardevoir player can't chip a lot of damage in, next turn can be quite decisive. If there's no item lock coming, Simon might pull off some rare candy Dragapult Neo Upper plays, and having access to pop the Duskull is pretty good. But obviously to do that, you need to have a lot of draw on the board. So I get why he chose 3 Dreepy here. Right, we see a Nest Ball coming down here from the Gardevoir player. And this is the moment he's realizing his biggest counter to Dragapult is prized. Oh, just look at the face. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Yeah, prizes these days, they don't work well. Right, I suppose you're just getting a second Ralts, right? That's the only thing you want here? Yeah, second Ralts. And I suppose playing an Ino or a Lily to refresh the hand to be able to get a decent setup. I mean, I suppose, how many Ralts are they playing now, Gardevoir? Like, I remember Rune playing just the 2 Ralts with the Gardevoir Jelly version back in Lille. So, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, there is a secret box coming down here. So let's just hope there's some psychic energies to follow along with it. There's double Artisan and... Is that Alanazade? It is Alanazade, right? Yeah. Double Artisan... No, wait, it's an Arven. Okay, oh wait, it's Arven, Lily, Artisan. I mean, these arts are just all looking alike. Right, so there's Earthen Vessel coming down, and a Lily. I mean, can you get rid of the energies? You can't, right? So you just want to evo the bench into a Curlier? Yeah. But then you really hope you don't draw into a Curlier, right? Because otherwise that evo would have been for nothing. Unless you choose to Vessel that evo. But then again... Vessel the Dark, it seems like. So there was an energy in hand. It was just a Dark. I mean, just. And you really needed the attachment, yeah. Because otherwise there was no TM Evo coming, right? And I really hope you don't draw into this Curliers. Because Curlier is going to help you out in this matchup. Because this new 100 HP Curlier is very tanky. So you need to get a Dusk Noir to be able to counter that. But I suppose with a Dusk Clubs and a Phantom Dive, everything is done, right? But what are the odds of that happening? There is 0 Curlier and 3 energies. I mean, Gardevoir is going to go hard next turn. And this Monkey Dory will be clutch as well. Alright, let's see here. There is a Dracloak though. So we'll see the first Recon. Boss and a Dreepy. So this is going to be a 2-boss list. And a Dusknoir and an Ultra Ball. So you can Ultra Ball... I mean, suppose you want to go slow, right? So you can get rid of the boss. So you still have Counter Catcher for next turn. And there has to be an Ultra Ball for another Dracloak, right? You need your setup. You need to get rolling here. I mean, this turn might as well define how the other turns will pan out. That's always the thing. Your second turn is going to be quite decisive. And it is Monkey Dory, Counter Catcher, Latias, if I recall correctly. That's not too good of a hand here. But limiting Raymond from playing item cards is rather good, because there's no psychic energies in the discard pile. And there's no way he can get rid of them. I think we might even see a Mind Bend here onto the Budgie. Yeah, so you can retreat into the Monkey Dory, attach a Psychic Embrace onto the Monkey Dory to be able to use Mind Bend. Right? Yeah. It's going to be just that, and a Lily to boot. Right. Obviously, because you can't get rid of those energies. Because you're item locked. So, this Budgie has to go. No matter what. You can't remain item locked, otherwise you can't get rid of your psychic energies. Otherwise you would just need to attach retreat every single turn. And that's just not something you want to do, right? Alright, drawing 8 fresh cards here. Man, just Lily is such a crazy supporter. And obviously drawing into a lot of cards he can't use. I don't know, man. I mean, this is my first time streaming, though, so people might be skeptical to go watch. I'd rather just watch the main channel, I suppose. Wait, what are you retreating into? Obviously the monkey, right? Or are you just going to use slap? But you attack... Oh, no. It's going to be mind bands. I mean, slap was a possibility. But I would still prefer to maintain that Screamtail for later turns to be able to snipe the Dracloak. Yeah, because if a Dragapult's coming down now, and they can't just gust up that Screamtail, then that Screamtail has full potential to be able to snipe those Dracloak, and then use an Ino with no consistency on the board, and just limiting the Dragapult player to be able to set up. Alright, we might see Buddy Poffin for another Duskull here. Which also thins out the deck, meaning Lily's Determination will be quite as useful now. But he chose to fail it, so it's Buddy Poffin for nothing. And another Buddy Poffin, but you have a Lily now. So you can place down the stadium, you can counter catcher. Obviously the Gardevoir, because he can't retreat, there's no energies in the discard pile. I mean, if there's a Budgie coming down now, then that Gardevoir is staying there for a very, very long time. Because you can only attach one a turn, you can't get rid of the energies. Oh, and there's a Neo Upper. Hold up. Do we see a Dragapult Neo Upper now? No, there's no rare candies, you can't evolve the active, you have to place down Latias, but Ultra Ball can get the Latias. Right? Okay, we might see... Oh, Pheasantipity. Yeah, obviously. You have access to Pheasantipity because there was a knockout on the Budgie. I mean, I would still item lock in this situation. Yeah. There's another Ultra Ball and a fire attachment. Was there a Dracloak? No, it was a Dragapult. So you're sitting with 2 Dragapult in hand. Or you might just see a Dracloak. Again, that Gardevoir is not going anywhere unless you item lock. I mean, unless you don't item lock. Because if you don't item lock, and the Gardevoir player is able to place down energies in the discard pile, then that will be very bad for you. But Simon still has... Oh, it's a pass. So no attachments. Even though he had the fire. Did he have the fire? Or did he discard? No, I think it was a discard. Discard the fire and... I suppose the other Dragapult. There's just the counter catcher, Ino, Dragapult, Neo Upper in hand. Yeah. So he chose to get rid of the fire. Which I don't dislike. Getting rid of basic energies in Dragapult means you can get them back through Night Stretcher. If you get rid of a special energy, you just can't get it back. Right, and there's the Earthen Vessel. Just Gardevoir going very strong here. And then obviously having to attach the Dark. Although, there is 2 Psychic Energies attached to the Monkey Dory. So those are 2 Psychic Energies Gardevoir can't get use of. But yeah, Ultra Balling 2 Psychic Energies. Man, Raymond is going hard now. So he has access to 3 energies. I suppose Gardevoir is not playing boss anymore. Right, going for Curlier here. Or you might even see an attack from the Gardevoir. Yeah, that's 2. And a 3rd. Yeah, 2 retreats and sniping. Yeah, sniping the cloak, obviously. But you need a 3. You need to do 120. Because Dragapult has 90 HP and you need 3 energies to do so. Yeah, but there is 3. It's fine. And again, but this Dusclops will be able to deal with the Screamtail. Oh, there's another Monkey coming down. Okay, so I suppose there was still no attachment, right? There was no attachment, so the attachment is going on a Monkey somewhere. And it has to be that one. Because the other Monkey will be a target for Professor Tura's scenario if that ever comes into play. I suppose. Right, so those 3 energies will go down on the Screamtail. Is there a world where you can just ever Screamtail the Dusclops? No, you just want to limit them from... Wait, hold up. Do you just... Oh, obviously. Oh, nice. I like that. So you accelerate it onto the Monkey then use Professor Tura's scenario to get all of those energies back into the discard. I like that play. Yeah, and limiting all the damage on the board because you accelerated to 1 Pokemon only. I like this. And bumping the Jamming Tower as well. And you can Artisan for another Monkey applying pressure for multiple turns. I like this. And obviously because Professor Tura's scenario is being played this turn, there's no Ino coming. But obviously next turn, oh yeah, see? He did choose to pop, to snipe the Dusclops. Because Dusclops plus Phantom Dive can do some rather nasty things to you. I mean, I would pick Ino over Boss, yeah. Because that hand Raymond is holding on to, nice, with the Jamming Tower and the Counter Catcher, that is a good combo. But now this Gardevoir player still has energies in the discard. And there's no Dusknoir pop coming now, but you can get rid of the Screamtail, because that Screamtail only has 3 damage counters left. Alright, putting that Luminous back on the bottom. And now going for a Fez. Yeah, there was a knockout. You weren't mistaken. Oh, yeah, the bench is full now. Obviously, you needed the Latias because you attached to the bench to Cloak. And putting all 6 onto the Curlier. Interesting. So you're maintaining the Screamtail? I mean, that Screamtail can only take 1 prize. And Raymond has to choose between a Dracloak and the Duskull. Obviously going for the Duskull. Unless you can have double Monkey which he has. So that Monkey that Duskull is not staying into play very long. So you can switch over the damage onto the Duskull. And perhaps retreating back into Screamtail. Ino plus Screamtail onto the Cloak. That's going to be very good. But then, obviously, Pheasantipity will be live again. Ice Cubes. But, like, with the attachments, he was getting rid of the Duskull. And without a Dusknoir pop, he just can't get there with the damage output Dragapult has. Right? So choosing to maintain the time they have to play out another game is probably better, right? So I don't mind this early scoop. Interesting. All right, let's see the prizes. Oh, and these did start with a budget. That's very nice. And having to go second, I mean, obviously, perhaps that was the scoop reason, the main scoop reason. And that was a Ralts attached pass. Ooh, Lily's Clefairy prized again for Raymond. And I think Simon has the upper hand here. Because Raymond has prized a Ralts as well, and like we said before, these Gardevoir lists only running 2 Ralts. This is quite bad. So if Simon is able to place down a Duskull, applying pressure, as well as item locking, ooh, this might turn out to be an early scoop from Raymond's side. But let's just see how it pans out. No, it was just 1 nest ball for the Dreepy and a Lily for 8. No, 8, right? Did you grab 8? Oh, you did grab. Right, and an attachment as well. This is very good. I mean, Simon doesn't know which cards Raymond is playing. I mean, all 60 of them. So there might be an item lock returning because of the attachments onto the Ralts, right? So choosing to play the Ultra Ball is quite good here. Or do we see the straight evolve into the Curlier? Ooh, that would be interesting. Oh, it is! Nice. And this Curlier has a slap attack. It's a side shot. Side shot for 30. Nice. That budget is going down. But there's no setup for Raymond. Oh, double attachments. And a Team Evo. And the Lily. Nice. So I suppose, even if you find a Body Poffin, you have to rely on Artisan to be able to get another Pokemon into play. Oof. Everything will come down from this Lily now. And the future turn from Simon. If Simon is able to go Rare Candy Dragapult, because not even Dragon Headbutt is going to knock out that Curlier, right? And if Simon just chills with the Dracloak in the active spot, and Raymond is able to evolve into a Gardevoir and an attachment. Oh, look at that. See? There is one Frillish. So they do play the one Frillish. So, but because he did attach to the Curlier, you can't retreat into Frillish and item lock yourself. But that would have been such a good play. But you had to rely to draw manually into an energy, right? But I think retreat into Frillish is still not a bad idea. There is no Duskull coming. Oh, you chose to TM Evo. So is this a 1-1 Frillish line? Ooh, that's interesting though. Wait, what? I used call sign. Okay. So what does call sign do? Just grab out any psychic Pokemon? I never used call sign before. Is it 3 psychic Pokemon? That's interesting. That will get you a setup. So now Simon realizing he has to play an Ino to get rid of those cards. I mean, that's like the main goal, right? Oh, he instantly Ino'd, yeah. Knowing this, he had to play Ino. There was just like no way he would play Lily. And now playing the Buddy Poffin. I mean, interesting fact. People see this Team Evo laying around, right? Well, the thing is, with this jamming tower still in play, You don't need to discard. I mean, you can't discard the Team Evo, so it's just stuck there. And I have my lovely local people to thank for that, because they told me. Because Jamming Tower really shuts down the effect of the TM Evo, having the ability to discard it. Right, now there's an Ultra Ball coming. Obviously getting another Dracloak. Yeah, to get some more draw going. And obviously you really want another attachment here. Ideally on the other Dracloak. Yeah, see? Raymond got rid of the TM Evo, but Simon spotted it. Right, was that Boss Countercatcher? Oh, Hilda Countercatcher. Hilda's going to go strong next turn. Right, and Luminous onto the other Dracloak. Ooh, that's going to go hard next turn. So next turn you can Hilda. Guarantee you get a Dragapult. Those Dracloaks are safe. So this might be quite the opposite turn for Simon. Alright, and there's the boot. The boot of the stadium. Choosing to play Artisan. Suppose getting a Munkidori down. Yeah. But you can't attach onto the Munkidori, right? Would you? There's only 20 damage onto the Curlier. And you really want to attack with the Gardevoir now? I suppose. So there has to be a Psychic attachment onto the active Pokemon. Because you want to apply pressure. Or perhaps retreating, item locking yourself. Right? Right, so you have two attachments. You can retreat into the Frillish, Psychic Embrace 1 onto the Frillish, and knocking out the Budgie, while leaving the opponent item locked. I like this play. So now there's two energies in the discard pile as well, which you like. At least, yeah, you have to accelerate one, but there's still one in the discard pile. So there will be no Gardevoir trapping again next turn. But there is still the Duskull to deal with. But without the access to Rare Candy, this Duskull won't become Dusknoir. And that's also a thing to consider. Because like what you can do is pop Dusclops on Munkidori, and then perhaps Phantom Dive, getting rid of the Frillish and the Munkidori entirely. Yeah. I would like that play. Let's see. So there was an Arven for Secret Box and Bravery Charm, but obviously you can't play the Secret Box because you're still item locked. And are we going to see the Munkidori now? I mean, I suppose you do, because you don't want to, yeah, you don't want to give Simon free pivot, right? Yeah. Obviously, you want to get rid of Budgie. Ensuring yourself you want to play item cards next turn. You really need that. Right, what's that? Lily and something? Lily and Psychic Energy. I mean, grabbing the Psychic Energy would... I mean, you're going to Hilda anyways, right? Unless you grab a Dragapult now. No, it's not Dragapult, it's a Luminous. So you will Lily now. Getting yourself the Dragapult and the energy you need anyways, so might as well shuffle it back, right? Or is there a world where you could... Would you just retreat into Budgie? I mean, it did drew into this... into the third Luminous. It is going to be the retreats into Budgie. And attach Lily? I mean, I don't hate that. You had 3 cards left in the hand. And now you get an 8-card hand whilst still item locking the opponent, but this Baidu is going to go again next turn. Because that Frillish will have 30 damage, and Munkidori will be instantly able to knock out that Baidu. Right, but I suppose if you did find your pieces like the Dracloak or the Dusclops, or if there's a Dusclops pop, hold up, if there's a Dusclops pop coming onto the Frillish and an Itchy Pollen from Baidu, then you leave your opponent item locked while knocking out the Frillish. Just like Raymond did before to Simon. Oh, interesting. And there's still one energy in the discards. But like, what's Raymond going to do while being item locked? But there's still an odds on. It's just the Itchy Pollen, alright. Preserving the Dusclops. Because you want to get a one-hit knockout on the Gardevoir, right? So you need the Dusknoir next turn. And Raymond realizing it, that Dusclops needs to go down. But like, Gardevoir doesn't play boss's orders usually. And with being Itchy Pollens, you can't get rid of item cards, energy cards with Earthen Vessel or Ultra Ball. And this Gardevoir is not being able to attack because that Frillish has 3 retreat. You can Psychic Embrace 1, attach 1, retreat with that, and retreat into Gardevoir and taking the KO with the Gardevoir. That's a possibility. But that is very slim though. You need so much. 1 attachment to be precise. Was Artisan already utilized? I think it wasn't, right? Alright, so Artisan is utilized now, so you can get another Munkidori. Perhaps. Yeah, no, mate. That second Ralts is prize. Don't dig for it. Oh, wait, they're playing 3 Ralts. Oh, wait. So he drew Ralts from the prizes. The Ralts was on the bottom. Yeah, obviously. There's the second Ralts. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, he took 2 prizes already. Okay. So what is happening now? Do you have an attachment to be able to retreat that Frillish? Oh, they are playing 3 Ralts. Interesting. Alright, and he chose to Oceanic Gloom onto the active Pokemon. And he did put a Bravery Charm onto the benched Ralts, which is interesting. Now he puts that to 120 HP. Which means Simon needs to choose whether to knock out the Gardevoir EX with a boss's orders, because you can't just use Countercatcher, because Oceanic Gloom shuts down all item cards. Alright, last recon, and there's the Dragapult. And you have a Psychic Energy as well. And the boss's orders to boot. But there is no Dusknoir, sadly. And you can't play the Ultra Ball to get it. But there is a Dragapult coming down. Alright. There is still no Lily's Clefairy though. So Simon is still safe. But you can still only take the 1 prize card here, right? Just knock out the Frillish. No, right? I would play boss onto Munkidori. Because that Munkidori has an attachment and that is a liability. So getting rid of that Munkidori is probably the safer pick. Even though you're item locked. And you may say, oh, it's going to be boss onto the Gardevoir. They're applying pressure already. And a Pheasantipity. Yeah, otherwise, that budget was knocked out, so you can play Pheasantipity. And a Jamming Tower. I mean, Jamming Tower is nice. Is it a 4-2? Interesting. I don't hate that. Because next turn, if there's no Stadium coming from Raymond's side, That Ralts only needs 3 damage counters, and that other Ralts only needs 5 damage counters. So that is a potential pop from Dustclub's target. While still having the God of War down to another Phantom Dive range to be able to knock that out, right? Ooh. Yeah, Raymond's not in a good position right now. But he can use item cards now. But that secret box is long gone, right? That's somewhere in the deck gone. Alright, Vessel the Countercatcher. But obviously, because you're ahead of prizes. And I don't think God of War still plays Boss's Orders. Or just the one, because in the mirror, when you play against Jelly Guardy, you really want the Boss's Orders to be able to gust around that Jellicent, right? So they have to play at least one. Right, it's Earthen Vessel for 2 Psychic. And then obviously we have to see an Ultra Ball here, getting rid of the 2 Psychic, because that's just what God of War does. That's God of War shenanigans. They're just Earthen Vessel here, Ultra Ball there. Right? Are they? I mean, he's contemplating. So, I mean, there is an Ultra Ball. Wait, what is he doing? Oh, Secret Box. Nice. There was a Secret Box in hand. And choosing to boot the stadium is a very good idea here. Just so that Bravery Charm is alive again. Boosting that Ralts' health points up to 120 again. But what are you getting as a supporter? I mean, I suppose I know, right? I mean, look at the massive hat Simon is sitting on. I mean, is there like 8 cards? Yeah, that's just like too much. And obviously the Team Evo, just to place it anywhere, just to get rid of. Just to thin it out of the deck. And choosing the Lily's Determination over the Aino. I mean, I get it. 6 cards instead of just the 4. Getting more resources means getting more energy in the discard. Yeah, I don't hate it. I suppose Earthen Vessel? Because you still have Ultra Ball in hand, right? So you can thin something out. He didn't grab an item yet. Oh, it's going to be the Countercatcher, but you can't use the Countercatcher. But I suppose they just play the 1 Vessel. And he played the 1 Vessel already, right? Yeah. So that's Ultra Ball, Countercatcher, Evo gone. For a Curlier, right? And you want to evolve the other Ralts into a Curlier. Right. Evolving into Curlier, yeah. And obviously that Curlier, because you're booting the stadium, so that brings Bravery Charm as live, but Bravery Charm only works on basic Pokemon. And there we see the attachment onto the Munkidori and a very big Lily, because I think their hand was 0, right? That was a 0 card hand. Because that Munkidori came into play through Artisan. Wow. And now grabbing 6 other cards. But what are you doing from Raymond's side? I mean, the Screamtail's still prized, the Lily's Clefairy's still prized. And that God of War is 1 hit away from being knocked out. I mean, there is a world where you can just Mind Band here. Mind Bands wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't hate a Mind Band. I mean, God of War is up to 90 health points. Was that 1 Munkidori used, or is it just sideways because it's chilling? I think it wasn't used this turn. Okay, so Raymond is choosing the Oceanic Gloom instead of the Mind Bands, obviously preserving the Munkidori in case Simon flips heads and gets rid of a Munkidori. But now Simon can't play Countercatcher to bring up that Gardevoir, so Simon needs the boss's orders to get that Gardevoir back up front. Alright, and putting 6 onto the Dusclops means it's 1 Adrenabrain away from being knocked out next turn. Which I don't hate. Alright, so this puts Gardevoir back up to 150 HP if my math is correct. Right? 150, so this 4 has to become a 3. That doesn't really matter. Right, but he didn't have a boss's orders, but you do have 2 Dracloak though. Alright, so Dracloak coming down. And we see Psychic Energy Ino. If I did see correctly, yeah. And Psychic Energy can go. You really... Oh, there's the boss. Oh, let's go. Oh, now we can go hard. We can boss the Gardevoir. We can pop the Dusclops onto the roll. Hold up, no. Curlier. Or I suppose it wouldn't be bad if you pop on a Monkey Dory, right? You knock out the Gardevoir, you knock out a Monkey Dory, you're 3 prizes ahead. No, not ahead, just 1 prize ahead. And you need 3 prizes next turn. And also there's no more damage onto the Dusclops, right? Alright, there's the attachment onto the bench Dracloak. And an Ino. Interesting. Alright, but you know you're taking 6 cards. If you know your Dusknoir is back in deck, or still in deck, I mean, the odds are high you draw into the Dusknoir, which you do. Hold up. That's some prime sequencing right there. Just because you know the Dusknoir is there. Ooh, so if you pop Dusknoir now, I suppose onto the Gardevoir, that's not going to do anything, so why should you? I would just pop and get rid of a Monkey Dory, right? Alright, we see the pop coming. Is it the Gardevoir? It is going to be the Gardevoir. And then placing 2 damage counters on the Gardevoir, knocking that out. But where's the other 4 going? I mean, you can place it on the rolls. I mean, I think Simon wished he drew into the second Jamming Tower, right? Because if you place Jamming Tower, you only needed to place 3 damage counters onto the benched rolls and get 4 prize cards this turn. But that's still a possibility next turn, I suppose. Right? But if you put it up to 8 damage, that rolls. Those Monkey Dory would just transfer it over. But now it's a 4-4 split. But they can go down to... The Curlier can go down to 3. The Ralts can go down to 1. And Raymond can't ever evolve that Ralts. Or that would be just a waste of the Bravery Charm. What will you promote here? Also, that hand is not looking good. I mean, you have Turo. But Turo would not do anything in this situation. There's no energies to get rid of. There's no abundance of damage you want to get rid of. There's no means to get the Gardevoir. And the only draw support is Ino, which only gets you 3 cards. But there's the Serendipity. But would you ever want to put that down? No, right? Because Holucha, Countercatcher, or Boss, the Serendipity, just because Simon didn't play any Boss yet, the Boss is still live and still there. Simon can just go Holucha, Boss the Fez, and perhaps, if the damage is placed right, that Curlier can go down as well. If no Gardevoir is coming onto the boards, right? Alright. So Artisan is being used here. Checking the deck. But there's like no targets. You have rare candy still. There's rare candy, there is Night Stretcher. But that deck is so cluttered, not properly thinned out, because Raymond was item locked for so very long. So you can play the Ino here, but Ino is not ensuring you get a Gardevoir this turn. Right, Raymond is contemplating. I mean, I would just play Ino. Oh, this is Arven. Oh, you had Arven as well. So why wouldn't you just Arven for Ultra Ball? Right, there was still Ultra Ball in deck because you couldn't play it. Choosing the Earthen Vessel. Choosing to get rid of all the damage. Oh, and I suppose getting rid of the Cloak with the new upper. You can, right? You can switch over 6 from the Curlier and 3 from the Rolls. But you won't have anything left on your boards to work with. That opens up another play from Dragapult, and if you take a knockout, then Countercatcher is live from Simon's side, right? Yeah, and because there's no hand disruption going, and I think Simon, he held on to Arven, so Arven can go Countercatcher onto the Curlier, and then placing 6 damage counters onto the rolls? No, I would go 2 split. 2-2-2 split, obviously. But then again, those Monkey-Dora will be able to transfer it over. But going 2-2-2 split means they can only transfer over 6. Well, obviously they can transfer over 6 because you're only doing 6 damage counters with Phantom Dive. Playing Ultra Ball here. Oh, getting the God. How did he get the Ultra Ball? Was that in hand? I thought it wasn't in hand. Or I think I missed something. I thought that was not in hand. Can't be mistaken though. I mean, we don't see a lot. I mean, a good sight onto those hands. Alright, so is there a world where we just bench the Screamtail and get rid of the other Dracloak? No, right? No, you really want to Mind Bend here, or not? Alright, you have enough, buddy. What are you doing with them? That's the question. Right, attaching 1. And I suppose Mind Bend, stall some time, is probably better? Because that Gardevoir is not getting knocked out, right? Because there's no Dusknoir to play. So Simon can't get 3 prize cards here. Not without Dusknoir. And Raymond will be able to get 2 prize cards next turn and close out the game. Ooh, that's interesting. And having a confused Dragapult to boot means you either risk it, flip the coin, or retreat into the other Dracloak and evolve that into Dragapult. Right, is Artisan being used now? Simon picked up the deck without playing any search cards. So I suppose Artisan is being played now. Right, so there's Monkey. Hold up. My Monkey-Dora attachments is not ensuring you another knockout here. Unless you really focus on that rolls. Because you can only do 6 with Dragapult. And then an extra 3 with Munkidori. Right? And is there a way you can ever get that third Luminous? Because there's just the one. Because you attached one to Dragapult, one to the Banstra Cloak. Or you have it in hand. Was that in hand? I suppose it was. No, there's one in the discards. Yeah, the Luminous is in the discard. So opting to go for the Munkidori wasn't the good play there. Alright, and that was the concession. Yeah. Simon realizing he couldn't close the game because there was no Duskull in play. There was just too big of a threat with those 2 Munkidori. Or 2. There was 3 Munkidori on the opponent's side. And not being able to place over any damage counters with your own Munkidori means you're just a sitting duck. I mean, he did have access to Pheasantipity, but what would that have given him? There was no Duskull in play. There was no way to get an attachment onto the Munkidori, which would work because that Luminous was in the discard pile. Alright, that was a nice showcase right there. I mean, even with the disadvantage of Gardevoir being disrupted that hard, that was nice to be able to come back like that. I mean, that was quite a good play, getting rid of that Gardevoir. But can we re-see that hand? Because I didn't think there was an Ultra Ball in hand. I mean, I might have missed it. I missed a lot of things. Oh, was it? Was it from Iono? Did he play Iono? Might have been. Yeah. Right, it's talkie time now. I will go grab myself some more water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back at it. And I suppose there wasn't a lot of time left, right? I noticed that when they played round 2, there was only like 20 minutes left. So I suppose we don't have to wait long until the 4th match, right? Yeah. I mean, what time is it in Toronto? Let's check. I did add the world clock. I mean, the Toronto clock to the... It is 3:50. So that means there's quite a lot of rounds left. $3:30. I mean, the regional like only closes at what's it, 7 or 8? We have some time left. Yeah, that Screamtail applied a lot of pressure. I mean, even without Lily's Clefairy, this was quite the showcase from Gardevoir. Being able to take out the Dragapult. But that's the thing, right? When you can't place down your Duskull reliably, you don't have answers to that Gardevoir EX, right? Yeah. And that was such a good play. And then the Professor Turo resetting that Monkey Dory, being able to place all those energies in the discard pile, which you otherwise couldn't do. That was such a nice play. Right, and then even booting that jamming tower. Allowed access for Simon, or for Raymond, to be able to use Bravery Charm. Perhaps onto that Screamtail for future turns. Oh yeah. Very true, very true. I mean, we've seen like, what, 2 Guardies now? Yeah. But it is the last time we're going to see Guardy. I mean, not the really last time, but we might as well enjoy it while Guardy's still in the format. Yeah, like I said, I still want to see a Charizard gameplay. Because we haven't seen Charizard yet. Or perhaps a Mega Lopunny, right? To switch things up. Yeah, I would like to see Mega Lopunny. Right. Oh, next up, there's an interview coming. Oh, can you? Thanks for letting me know. Oh yeah, Mega Lopunny and Dango was so good today. When was that? Round 1, right? Against Gardevoir Jelly. That was so good, seeing that Lopunny in action. And honestly, that's like the best partner right now for Gholdengo. Having that Lopunny to be able to answer against everything. Like even to Crustle, because Lopunny hits through that Crustle, but only doing 160 damage. But still, if that Crustle isn't able to heal off all that damage, 160 is going to knock out that Crustle next turn. Taking 2 prize cards. Right, they're taking an awful lot of time now with this recap. Yeah, there he was, checking the discard pile to see what options Raymond had left. But Simon, knowing he didn't have any Duskull in play, and he didn't choose to target the Artisan as well, he just went up and picked up his deck. Not indicating he wanted to use Artisan. Or perhaps he said it in the microphone, which we can't hear. No, I didn't see any Tool Scrapper in Gholdengo. It's quite some time ago since I haven't seen it before. I mean, they used to play it right in the beginning, right? Before Mega Lopunny. But I haven't seen Tool Scrapper in quite a while. I mean, like, even Super Odds in Gholdengo. Like, some of the lists want to play Super Odds, other lists want to play Lana's Aid. I think it's whether comes down to what fits your playstyle. And as well, what is played at your locals. Yeah. I know my locals are always crazy. It's always a matchup roulette. I mean, this Raymond does smile a lot. I mean, he's quite happy. I mean, how much is he now? 600? Nice. Or 50. Yeah, now 60, right? Yeah. 60 with Gardevoir. Yeah. I suppose this is going to be a 80% Gardevoir day too. Just as we'd like to see. Yeah, obviously now he's explaining how the Lilius Clefairy was prized 2 games in a row. And how he still managed to beat that Dragapult player. That was just quite a show. He can't hold back his excitement. Yeah, you just love to see it. I mean, I would be excited as well, going 6-0 with a deck, locking in day 2, just in 6 rounds. That's just crazy. All right, next up we have Swiss round number 7. So after that, that's obviously 2 more. And then perhaps if there's time left, they might even do 1 round of phase 2 after Swiss round number 9, which would be Swiss round 10, of course. Because now with this new time ruling, they have time left to do so, which they didn't have before. You know, with this end of turn, I really like this implementation. And that's also quite a pressure to yourself to play a little bit faster to be able to not be the last player when time is being called. Because if time is being called, then the player playing that round has no more turns left. And if you can't win that turn, you might as well just scoop, right? Or just play your tactics all differently and perhaps stall to enforce a tie. Depending how the matchup went, of course. Because if the opponent won one time and you have to win one time as well, then the opponent is just winning. Yeah, I really like the implementation of the end of turn round now. I mean, like we saw before, there was just so many overtime left and right. I mean, sometimes you even have one full break of overtime. And especially if there's a problem going on. I noticed that, when was it? In Utrecht last year. There was so much overtime. That was just crazy. Oh, now we see a flashback of 3 prize Pokemon. Yeah, the Gholdengo days from Mew VMAX. Those were the days. And now the 3 prizes finally return as Mega Pokemon. Also, I do believe, post-rotation, right? I think Lucario might have a shot of being played now that Gardevoir leaves the format. But then, Psychic Pokemon are getting more buffed with this perfect order set, with this broken Psychic Energy, being able to set up the board with 1 attachment. So there's that downside again. Oh, Lil had 45 minutes? Damn. Oh yeah, we do have Mega Mawile. I love myself some Mega Mawile as well. But it's not being played as much as I would like it to. But it has so much potential. Being able to scale off the damage for the prize cards you have taken instead of the opponent's. And the second attack just scales off whether the opponent has damage counters or not. Especially, I can see myself playing the Metang deck, right? Because that Heatran is still in the standard format. And there's this new Mega Skarmory coming, which can take a sneaky bench KO, right? Especially in the late game. But then again, you don't want to start off with that Skarmory in the active spot, not being able to retreat. But I think Metal Box might have more potential as well now. Not Monkey-Dory, but now Gardevoir is rotating, which was the biggest threat to Metal Box as well. Now come to think of it, Heatran, with 8 energies attached to it, does 400 damage. And you need to discard those energies. And you rely a lot of Energy Recycler being to recycle those energies back, and with Metang you just accelerate them back again. And that as well. We lose Professor Turo. Professor Turo enabled so much in many decks. But losing that next format, I think for me, that's the biggest hit as well. Not Arven. No, don't like myself in Arven. I think I played Professor Turo more than Arven. Or Stardust Vitality. Yeah, I'm going to miss that card. The amount of times I've played Roaring Moon with Radiant Greninja, which was Zapdos TCG's list, and that was amazing. I almost made day 2 with that in 2024. The good old days with Radiant Greninja. Damn, that was some PTCGO footage. I haven't seen that one in quite a while. I mean, I never played that myself, only live. That's another card I really miss. Galarian Moltres V was able to accelerate energies onto it when it was on the bench. And that was honestly so good because you would just E-switch or just use Dog Patch and attach for turn and being able to one-shot that Mew VMAX with it. That was such a good card. Oh, now it's a talk about the rotation. Yeah, that's the biggest talk now. Rotation coming down in April. Honestly, who's ever ready for rotation? I mean, you can't ever be ready, right? It's just like, it hits you like a truck every single time. I mean, like, honestly, you can prepare for it and already start playing some decks which have H-block cards, and you can't lose any more resources. But then, are you even optimizing your deck to be running reliably as best as it possibly can? Because I think a lot of G-block cards right now enable good decks to still run and function perfectly, yeah. At least I believe so. But I think after we're losing the big 3, you know, like Gardevoir, Gholdengo, Charizard, that is going to be a big hit in the standard format. And honestly, it enables new decks to be discovered as well. Decks that otherwise didn't have any play, that didn't see play just because of the big 3, right? Yeah, I can't wait to play around with some new stuff. Oh yeah, true. Mega Sharpedo isn't quite losing anything. Just apart from then Team Evo, though. I mean, Team Evoing both Toxel into Toxtricity, that's just insane. And that Toxtricity having 140 HP, being not susceptible to Dusknoir is just crazy. That's just such a good card. Alright. Excited for Swiss round 7. Hopefully it's not another Gardevoir. Right? Let's see. Right, Kyle. What are we going to see here? Alright, it's going to be Charizard against Megabox from Marco Cifuentes. And Loic piloting Charizard. Well, no Mega Lopunny this time. But there is Charizard play. Interesting. I know, right? The world is healing. Very much so. Alright, who's going first in this scenario? They always tend to skip on the coin flip, so we don't get to see who goes second. But I suppose it doesn't really matter, right? Whenever they flip over the cards, we know for sure. Right, is it prize card time? Or already put down? No, it's prize card time. Right, let's go. There's a Nocta. Oh, it's good to be Charizard Dawn. Obviously, that's the best oh, wait, hold up. Sandy Shocks? Is this going to be Raging Ball? Raging Ball with an Absol in it? No, right? Because, hold up, Crispin plus E-Switch can reliably charge up the Absol, but how are you getting the 6 damage counters? Well, that Sandy Shocks was a surprise, but no, right? Because the teaser showed Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, so that Sandy Shocks might be to charge up fighting energy to be able to switch over with E-Switch, perhaps? And because it's a basic Pokemon, it would also be buffed by Lively Stadium and Bravery Charm. Interesting. I've seen a lot of cool things now in Mega Absol Kangaskhan. We've seen Team Rocket's Watchtower, and now we've seen the Sandy Shocks. Yeah, Mega Absol is really adapting to the meta right now. Right, and we do see a Dusk Noir line here in Charizard. Obviously to buff the damage, but also fixing some matchups as well. Right, because the early damage from Charizard is not doing that much. Utilizing Fangor here, but there isn't a Terra Pokemon in play just yet. But Loic is holding on to a Dawn, I suppose. Or against Kangaboof. Sure. Because of the, especially in the mirror as well, right? If they took 2 prizes or perhaps 3 prizes, you can accelerate 1 into your Sandy Shocks, and then you're just 1 Crispin away to be able to one-shot the Mega Kangaskhan on the opponent's side. Mind is blown. Wow, that's a nice tech. And it's fun to see play now that it's almost rotating. I mean, Sandy Shocks never saw play. And now that it's rotating in 4 months' time, now everyone's playing it. Raging Ball, Kangaskhan, everywhere. It's crazy. Alright, we saw the clutch play. So that was a draw, attach, clutch. Nice. I mean, I think it will survive because they will get this new... What's that new Mega? Ordino, right? But it can only attack on your second turn. And with an attachment, it does basically the same as Turbo Energize. So, just putting another normal Mega Pokemon into play, right? But then again, if we see an abundance of Mega Lucario, perhaps Garchomp, because with this new Barbaracle, I always say it wrong, with this new Barbaracle coming, being able to charge up the fighting Pokemon reliably, I think Mega Box and Kangaskhan in general might not see a lot of play anymore. Right, there is a Dawn coming. So Dawn will allow Loic to grab a Terrapagos and an Octal and the Pidgeot. I think I'm some terms behind because there's 40 damage onto their Fan Rotom. That was another clutch, right? That enabled Loic to evolve into the Pidgeot. Right, so there is a Charmeleon, Charizard, and Terapagos coming. But there is no Charmander in play just yet. But you do have a Body Poffin. So placing down the Terapagos will enable you to place Noctowl down, getting you the Stadium, playing the Body Poffin, getting your Charmanders out, and you have your setup. While Marco doesn't seem to have a lot going on in his board. Right, so obviously you have to grab Stadium and another Poffin. I mean, you do already hold on to one Poffin, but I suppose filling up the board won't be bad here. Even if Marco decides to bump the Stadium, you can always get rid of the Noctowl, right? Don't want to get rid of the Terapagos, right? Because if you get rid of the Terapagos, then it's basically done. Unless you build up a Charizard. But that Terapagos is going to work perfectly now, acting as a counter against Cornerstone if that would ever come into play. Right, so I think we'll see a Hoot and one Manda here. Might even hold on to that second Poffin. Because I think there was a Charmander prized, if I recall correctly. So that's Charmander Dusclops. No, Duskull. Yeah. Placing the Hoot from hand. And there's one bench spot left. But Loic is quite fine, because Marco doesn't have any setup going, so that Charmander is quite safe. Unless, you know, there's like Retreat, Pecorant, Switch, and Binding Mochi coming, but what are the odds of that happening? And now Loic has quite the setup. Marco doesn't seem to have anything going on, apart from this Cornerstone, Energy Switch, Turbo Energize, onto what, Munkidori? I mean, you can place down the Cornerstone with the Bravery Charm, and can choose to Turbo Energize onto that Cornerstone. That would at least save you some turns. And yeah, choosing to preserve the Yveltal is quite fine here. Because you want to get some more time that Yveltal will unlock to be able to trap something in the active spot. Let's say something that can't attack. Like the Noctowl, I suppose. But now Loic can choose to go Rare Candy Charizard, attach onto Fanrotom and retreat even. Or, because they might play Jet Energy, they might jet that Charizard into play. Right, we see another Noctowl here. Suppose you want to go grab a Rare Candy and Prime Catcher. Yes. And you can get the knockout if there's enough Pokemon on the field with Terapagos, because that Terapagos will be doing 270 damage. And if I recall correctly, Marco didn't place down the Bravery Charm onto that Cornerstone. Or did he? I mean, the screen says 260, but I didn't see him put down the Bravery Charm. Right, there's a Rare Candy. Dusknoir. Hold up. Dusknoir pop onto Yveltal. Will knock that out. Or if you pop the Dusknoir onto the Cornerstone, you will be able to knock it out with the Terapagos, still having that last bench spot available to you. Alright, we'll see here. Burning Darkness. No, Infernal Rain, being able to accelerate 3 fire energies from your deck. And 2 to Terapagos. So will there be a Jet play here? No, obviously no, because he took Prime Catcher. Of course. Oh, there is a... Oh, it was sideways. Yeah. I always place my tool next to my energies. Because I think this is a good way to show off you do have a tool attached. Because I like to put everything on a line when I place down my board state. But having this tool sideways means like, hey, look at this, I have a tool card. But yeah, like pop with the Dusknoir and then attack with the Terapagos, being able to hit through their cornerstone. But now Marco is behind in prize cards. So now he will get to use Countercatcher. Hello there. Thank you very much. Alright. I think the only possibility for Marco is stall time with this Yveltal, because that Charizard is completely set up. Right, there's a Trolley and a Turbo Energize. Yeah, of course, you don't have anything going on. And you really need that Duck, because Loic was able to place down another Duskull. Right, opting to go for the Patch here. Patch can enable you to retreat to put that Absol active. And there is no way Loic can have a one-shot onto Absol, because Marco only took 1 prize card. And with the Psyduck in play, there is no Dusknoir plays coming. It's the retreat into the Kangaskhan, obviously acting as a sponge to be able to transfer over damage with Monkey Dory. That's a good thing about Kangaskhan now. It can act as a sponge, soaking up all damage, being able to place it over with Monkey Dory. And choosing to go all in on the Absol means the energies are safe as well. Because if you would put 1 on the Monkey Dory, then Loic would just target down that Monkey Dory, leaving you with, a Monkey Dory without an attachment. And then your attachment has to go onto the Monkey Dory and not on the Absol. But I suppose with E-Switch in hand, you can attach Monkey Dory, you can Adrenaline Brain twice, because of the Bullet Sponge, being the Mega Kangaskhan, and then being able to use Terminal Periods, whatever comes down on the field, make sure you one-shot it. But the thing is, Loic will also not being able to use Briar. And he still needs to take 4 prize cards. Alright, so quick searching boss's orders. Suppose getting rid of Monkey Dory, because getting rid of a Monkey Dory will... Or the Psyduck. I like this play as well. That enables you to have some Dusknoir plays later game, which will enable a Briar play. Because you force Marco to take a prize card here. Interesting. Alright, Marco's turn now. Loic just needs 3 prize cards and can win the game through Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and an attack from the Charizard. Oh, there is a counter game coming. So we might even see an Claw of Darkness with an Ino. Yes. That's interesting. But with no damage on the board and not able to place over damage counters, you won't be able to knock out anything. Alright, and there we see the Night Stretcher for the Psyduck. And the Team Rocket's Watchtower. That's going to be very huge. Limiting Loic for not being able to use Pidgeot and Noctowl even. That is big. You do shut down your own run errands, but you limit your opponents from playing anything. And there's the retreats into the Absol. And then Claw of Darkness, getting rid of the Ino. Ooh, nice. So Loic has Pidgey, Hoot in hand, and what's the top deck? Stadium. Man, that was a lucky top deck. And now everything's live again. You can Pidgeot for Dawn. Dawn will get you a lot of things. And then if you grab the Noctowl, you can get double rare candy to be able to evolve into Dusknoir to be able to finish it off. But obviously there's the Psyduck in play, so you can't do that. So first you would have to take a knockout on that Psyduck. Whew. Interesting. So Loic is eyeing up the Briar play though. So we might see a boss's orders onto the Psyduck, sacrificing the Terrapagos, and make sure that Briar play is alive next turn. And force Marco to spend another Night Stretcher to get the duck back. To not enforce the Briar play. Also, if you choose to boss up the Psyduck, then there's still no damage on the board. So Marco cannot just simply transfer it over with Munkidori. So you might have energies on the Munkidori, but you can't utilize them because there's no damage. Alright, choosing to go for Dawn though. For Charmeleon. I mean, you choose Pheasantipity, but that Pheasantipity is not live. The opponent did not take a knockout. But then again, choosing safety and evolving into Charmeleon is quite fine here. Because at least you're not relying on a rare candy to be able to evolve into the next Charizard. Right? Alright, 3 cards in hand. Wait, was that a Claw of Darkness? I suppose it was, right? So wasn't there supposed to be a card being discarded? Oh no, Terrapagos has 230 HP. There was just one transfer from Munkidori. Right. It's still Marco's turn. Right, retreating in the Yveltal. And I suppose trapping the Duskull. That's interesting though. So you can't pop the Dusclops or the Dusknoir because the duck is in play. And you can't retreat, so you have to rely on something like the Jet Energy to be able to get rid of that clutch. And honestly, I thought Charizard played just the 1 or the 2 Jet Energy. There are even lists that play 4 of them. Just to be able to get over that. Yeah, see? There's the Jet. Looks like it's just the 2 of them. But then again, what are you jetting? You Pidgeot for the Jet. But you can't attack with anything. Because you can't get a Charizard out. And your only Charizard in play only has 1 energy on it. Yeah, I think Loic realizes that this is not working out. And that Duskull is getting knocked out by Munkidori next turn, enabling Marco to take another knockout. Yeah, that's just boss Pheasantipity, right? And attach Kangaskhan. Oh, you do go for the fire. Interesting. I mean, you might even go into Dusclops here. And, like, wait it out another turn. Because now Marco can take a knockout with the Munkidori. And if Marco chooses to knock something else out, Briar is not live. But then again, if that Mega Absol will be knocked out, Loic would win. And that's going to be the pass. But there's no boss's orders from Marco's side. Alright, so knocking out the Duskull here. Taking the prize, another Mega Absol. Choosing to retreat into the Kangaskhan. And I think he hopes Pokekid just finds himself a boss's orders to be able to knock out the Pheasantipity. Run errand first. And there's Pokekid. Do we see it? There's a boss. Yep. Boss's orders, Pheasantipity. And just hope for a coin flip now. Or you might even just stall the Pheasantipity. Right? Stall the Pheasantipity. And then channel over the damage with Munkidori. Oh, it's a heads. Nice. That's game. Or, you know, you might just go turbo. Just try it, right? Nice. Again, this game came down to a coin flip. Like so many games now. Wow. I think that was just unfortunate of those clutch plays. And that Charizard not having two energies on it. Otherwise, you could jet the Charizard into the active spot and just attack with that, right? Then that Pidgeot would just become boss's orders. Or, you know, no, right? Because you needed the jet energy. Alright, going into game 2 here. And I suppose Charizard still wants to go first here. Just being able to reliably take out your Pokemon with a Fan Rotom. And then, like, Mega Absol always wants to go second. So I think this is just perfectly, right? Charizard wants to go first. Absol wants to go second. That's done, right? Nice. All came down to one coin flip. Right, let's see how game 2 pans out. Let's see the prize cards here. I think I saw a Pheasantipity on top of the deck. I didn't see the prize cards though. There's the pass. I mean, at least you have a Terrapagos in play. But Marco has a good setup. Having that Mega Kangaskhan. And Pokekid might find yourself an Arven, although 2 of them are prized. And much the same can be said for Loic. 2 rare candies. Oh my god. What game are we playing now? I mean, Marco did find the Arven. Arven did find Trolley Turbo Energize. So at least Marco could get himself a setup. And instantly going for the duck, limiting Loic from having a Duskull play. as well as applying pressure. But still, I think if I was Loic, Dusknoir helps me a lot in this matchup. So going after the duck, knowing you can manipulate the prize cards with Briar, going after the duck as, let's say, with Fanrotom is still a good play. Perhaps even late game. Alright, and there we saw the attachment onto the Absol. It was Loic has in his hands. Is it as good of a start? You have Rare Candy Charizard. Wow. With 2 Rare Candies prized, having Rare Candy in hand is rare. Sorry for that. Alright, playing the Dawn here. I suppose getting your setup, because you've missed your Fanrotom turn 1. So Dawn will enable you to get a Hoot, a Noctowl, or I suppose you want to get Pidgey down first, right? Because Pidgeot will do so much more, but having 2 Rare Candy prized means you will have to choose between 2 Charizard or Charizard Pidgeot. So I think Noctowl might be the better play. To be able to have consistency still. Yeah, there we see the Hoot coming down. And the Fair. Benching Fairs already. And we might even see subjugating Chained Boss's Orders attachment onto that Fezandipity. And then Marco denying Loic a knockout. Alright, there we see the Rare Candy Charizard. But I think this Fezandipity hit the board quite too soon. Although I think Loic does have Jet Energy in hand. But opting to attack with the Terrapagos yet again? No, he doesn't have Jet. Oh, I thought he had Jet. And passing the turn. Obviously, you were only doing, what, 90 damage? Yeah, that wasn't going to do any good for you because 1 attachment onto Munkidori, and that changes up into 60 damage. Enabling some place from the Mega Absol. So you just don't want to waste any hits onto it. Yes, see? Boss's Orders onto Fezandipity. Why do you put that down this early? And now he gets to get rid of the Noctowl. I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, that Dawn would ensure another Noctowl. I suppose getting rid of the Dawn. Alright. He did get rid of Noctowl, though. Top decking Prime Catcher. I mean, Prime Catcher's not doing anything, though. And Noctowl doesn't ensure you the energy you need to be able to attack with the Charizard, which only does 190 damage. Do note. You can take Noctowl, though. Noctowl can ensure yourself a Buddy Poffin. But then again, Loic is still that much behind. Marco is going so fast. Being able to hit with a Claw of Darkness again next turn. And Loic not being able to stop it. Placing down a Pidgey. I mean, you can Noctowl. What's stopping you from going after Buddy Poffin here? I mean, obviously you can't get a Jet Energy, because that's not a trainer card, that's a special energy card. And I doubt Charizard will run anything like Earthen Vessel. So I suppose, yeah, Stadium Buddy Poffin is your only option here. But that Fez is going down. If Marco chooses to attach to the Munkidori, channel over that one single damage counter, and that Fezandipity is knocked out. And if Marco draws into a Boss's Orders again, then we might even see a Claw of Darkness again onto that Terapagos, bringing it down to only 30 HP left. While this Mega Absol can tank a hit, which allows Munkidori to be able to channel that damage over next turn. And then Marco is 4 prize cards ahead. Yeah, come to think of it, is there a way Loic can win himself out of this situation? I guess not, right? We see the Duskull coming down, but you can't use the Duskull because there's Duck in play. You have to take care of the Duck first, which you will. Interesting. Choosing to knock out the Duck with the Terapagos. I mean, at least you get a knockout. But then obviously Marco is promoting the Kangaskhan to be able to search it out for a Boss's Orders, but I think he already has it in hand. But now that Absol is not poisoned anymore, but it still has that 1 damage counter on it, which Marco can get rid of with an attachment onto Munkidori. And there's the Pokégear. Choosing the Arven, though. Is he going to play it? He is going to... That's a lucky Pokégear, though. Interesting. Having everything from that one Pokégear. Both the Arven and the Night Stretcher and the Bravery Charm. That's something I haven't seen before. Oh, this is interesting. So with placing down this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, Marco is benefiting from the Area Zero Underdepths, being able to extend the bench like that. Alright, and now I think we will see it. Placing that 1 damage counter on Fezandipity, subjugating Change that Mega Absol in the active spot with a well-timed Claw of Darkness will be very good. Obviously protecting the Petulant for future knockouts, because that's a reliable piece Marco really needs. Choosing to go onto the Terapagos, leaving that Fezandipity with only 10 damage left. Right. Obviously you're going to go for the Ino? Alright. I would opt to go for Super Odds, but I suppose Marco wants to keep his hands, obviously. He has everything in hand to win next turn, basically. Can he? Yes, I think. No, he missed some damage. Because get 1 from poison now. But you need 4, right? You need 4 damage counters. You transfer over 3 to Terapagos. Transfer over 1 to Fezandipity, and then you knock something else out. Just going to be a hit on the active, enabling double Munkidori. You're just giving Marco the win here. But I suppose if Loic doesn't have anything in hand, that's the best thing he can do. Alright, but now Marco can do so much here. And I think there was still a Boss's Orders in deck. And if I was Marco, I would boss up the Charizard. Double attach Monkey, being able to terminal periods, get that out of play. Because that Terapagos is obviously going to go down by double Munkidori. right? No, choosing to go for the Fez here. Because he's obviously expecting a knockout. Alright, choosing the double knockout. And then there's only 120 damage left. But Charizard is able to knock out that Mega Absol next turn. But at least Marco took 4 prize cards here. And Loic can take 4 prize cards with the ability of Briar, unless Marco knocks out this Duskull. And honestly, we might even see Energy Switch onto the Yveltal and an Yveltal play here. Because there was an attachment onto the Munkidori. Yeah. Alright. Marco saw that play and just a double E-switch. Interesting. And a Bravery Charm onto the Kangaskhan. Right, and now trapping the Duskull. Lining up for a double knockout play because that Pidgey is still there with 50 HP left. And that Duskull not being able to retreat, not being able to pop thanks to Psyduck. I think Marco has game in hand. Loic cannot take 5 prize cards. And that's just the pass. I think this is done. Right? You can take double knockout with a Munkidori onto the Pidgey and you just clutch for game, right? Or yeah, you have boss's orders, obviously. Which is also a fact. That's also perfect math, right? You channel over 30 damage with the other Munkidori, and then you use clutch for the 30, which ends up being 50 damage, enough to knock out the Pidgey. Wow, that was some play right there. Damn, going 7-0 with Mega Absol Kangaskhan. I mean, looking at that, the deck still has potential. I mean, I already wrote it off because of its lack of being played. But I guess I was wrong. It still is very, very strong in the current meta. Wow, that was interesting. Yeah, and I think, honestly, Charizard Dawn is not that good in this matchup as well. Just because you rely a lot on the Dusknoir to be able to channel over damage. But Marco reliably denying Loic to pop Dusknoirs to fix the damage output. That didn't enable Charizard to do a lot of damage. And you just don't want to punch the Absol or the Kangaskhan. You do want to knock them out instantly every single time. Right, that was some nice plays. Alright, it is break time again. I will go grab myself some more water. See you guys in a bit. Right, I am back. And what did I miss? Obviously the recap and some talk. Right. Honestly, that was a nice showcase. To be able just to see how Mega Absol adapts to every situation. And seeing that Sandy Shock's in there is quite interesting as well. But I think in general, this matchup was quite favored into Mega Absol. Just being able to use Claw of Darkness and getting rid of resources. Because Charizard always relies on a lot of resource to be able to set up, right? And limiting the Charizard play to be able to do just that enables Marco to take easy wins right there. I mean, looking at this, we might even see a lot of Mega Absol in day 2. I mean, obviously Marco made it in day 2. But there will be quite a lot more. Oh, and still, I'm so jealous of that Budgie plushie. I'll really love that one. I think it might be a homemade one as well. Because it's holding glasses and a microphone. Right, next up we will have some trainer tips with Tablemon. Exciting to see what they will have to share with us. And I think it's already Swiss round 8, right? So knowing that, there's only 2 more rounds after this. Possibly a third if the first round of day 2 or phase 2 happens today. Alright, now we're jumping straight into it. Alright, what trainer tips do you have for us, Pablo? Oh, it's going to be a recap. So it might just be a recap on how Dawn Charizard works, I suppose. And yes, Loic played Dawn, obviously going for a Terrapagos. Meaning if you have Terrapagos in play, Noctowl is live, ensuring you can grab any 2 supporter cards, or any 2 item cards, or basically mix of the 2 from your deck. But through the means of Team Rocket's Watchtower, that wasn't live, as well as the Pidgeot. And getting rid of the Iono, ensuring Loic would see more cards, that would limit him. But then top decking the Area 0 was such a huge thing here. But still, Loic had only 2 cards in hand, which were not Noctowl, which means he could not set up the board. I mean, it could have potentially went for Ultra Ball to go grab Noctowl, right? And then Noctowl might have granted him a Lily. But then Loic would limit himself to 3 cards only, while still giving Marco 5 cards, while Marco only has 2 cards in hand now. But Marco had the attachment, which was all he needed. And then obviously Loic went for another Dawn. Opting to go for the Pheasantipity. But then that Pheasantipity was trapped in the active. Or was it this game? No, was that was the second game, right? Yeah, this was the first game. But then opting to go for the Duskull means that's an easy target for Yveltal. And obviously because of the Psyduck, this Dusclops cannot pop, or Dusknoir even. That means it's a very good target to clutch. And stall for time until you set up your board state to be able to take the win home. But then obviously to counter that, Loic plays the Jet Energy, but having this limited hand means Loic has to choose between consistency and aggression. As well as that Charizard only has 1 energy, and Loic choosing to go with the Terrapagos, meaning that Charizard can't just rely on just the 1 Jet Energy just to be able to attack. He needs a Fire and a Jet. And there was the knockout on the Pheasantipity, closing the game for Marco. And honestly, game 2 was just... Marco went like a spear. Unlike game 1 though, where it took like 2 or 3 turns to be able to set up. That was mostly because of the hand. The hand wasn't that great, but this time it was. Being able to reliably grab that Arven, that was just insane. And then obviously Loic, what Loic ever could do, because it's not running the Klefki, he wanted to have the opportunity to be able to pop the Dusclops or the Dusknoir. But Marco, knowing that the biggest counter to his deck was the Dusknoir, he had to put the Psyduck into play every single time. And then obviously taking advantage of their Area 0, because of their Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, he was able to place down the Psyduck again. And knowing the biggest counter to Loic is placing down a Psyduck, you are spending your night stretches to get that Psyduck back into play. And there we saw the fire attachment onto the Charizard, but there was no retreat coming, because that Charizard would only do 180 damage because Marco didn't take a prize just yet. And Marco, knowing that the damage output isn't that great, Loic even enabled Marco to be able to channel over that damage and to be able to take multiple knockouts consecutively. And there we saw the switch in from the Petulant, switching in the Yveltal, and pretty much closing out the game. Because Dusclops or Dusknoir cannot pop because of the Psyduck, and you can't retreat because that Duskull is clutched. And that just closed out the game for Marco. And that hand from Loic wasn't that great. And there was no thing Loic could do to change anything about that. And there was the boss's orders. We didn't even have to see the Sandy Shocks into play. Yeah, obviously. Marco had everything he ever wanted. Oh, it is going to be only 8 rounds for phase 1. So next round is going to be the last for phase 1. Then obviously we're going to see a phase 2 round 1, right? It just has to be. Yeah, that was an interesting showcase from the Mega Absol deck. Just able to deny prize cards taken. Just hit Fez and then just hit Terrapagos. That is such a big thing to do. Oh, he had only 20 damage left as well. But then again, you can only transfer to 1 Pokemon at a time. Pheasantipity has 10 left. Terrapagos has 20 left. But there is like no world where you would just put 10 and 20. It's like always 30, right? Yeah. Just to deny a knockout onto your Absol every single time. That's some footage from EYC. Sadly, I didn't get my ticket, so I can't attend this year, and I'm so sad for it. I mean, if you saw the playmat, that was just insane. I mean, I hope there's still a way for me to get in, but I don't know. I doubt it. That's a nice history. I like this showcases about players as well. Being able to talk about their runs they did. As well as the experience they lived, right? Being able to step in their shoes for just a second. Oh yeah. Last year, EOIC, that was the time that F-Block was still legal. So Regidrago was like the most played deck back then. Like everyone was playing it. Like there was even a regional where there were like top 16 and everyone was playing Regidrago. Or was that in Japan? Right, coin flip and it's tails, knocking out a benched Pokemon. Honestly, I'm surprised Learning Executor doesn't see a lot of play now. It does have some potential with the new Mega Pokemon, giving up 3 prize cards, but with the abundance of Mist Energy being played, especially in Mega Kangaskhan, that stops the deck entirely. Right, back to Toronto. I wonder what matchup we're going to see this time. I hope it's some crazy deck we haven't seen before, right? That would be a showcase. Right, I guess we'll see it in a second. Right, this is the featured deck, Nikolai's Charizard. Much as the deck we saw before, but this deck is running the Klefki. I didn't think Loic was playing the Klefki. I mean, at least I didn't see it. I mean, that Klefki would have solved so much in the Absol Kangaskhan matchup. And I think it's almost a necessity, being able to place that Klefki down. Yeah, and I think the deck is really good. But it depends how your list is built, I think. Because having access to that Klefki is really good. Especially some other matchups as well, right? For example, against Raging Bolt, if you manage to start Klefki, that's pretty good. Although, if you start Klefki and you have Fan Rotom, but not an attached retreat, you're locking out your own Fan Rotom in that same turn. And that might also be a possibility why some players decide not to run it. Because it shuts down your only consistency as well, especially early game. And you don't want to just put that Fan Rotom in the active spot just to be able to use it. No, that Fan Rotom just usually wants to chill on the bench. And I think we also saw the 1-1 split of Pidgey in Loic's list. But I think Loic played the Pidgeotto as well, right? And not relies on Rare Candy as much as this list. But I think Loic also played the 4 copies. Because there was 2 prized. And it was able to establish a Pidgeot and a Charizard without ever taking prize cards. So I think the deck still has potential, very much so. Just like, depending how it's built. And the matchups as well. Again, I think, because I've heard this deck is also very bad against Dragapult. Because Dragapult has just so many targets it can just eat up, really. Daniel's Gholdengo. Is that Daniel Magda? I suppose it is, right? But isn't this just a winning list from Stuttgart? No, was it Stuttgart? Yeah, it was Stuttgart. With the secret box. I think that was the first time we saw secret box in Gholdengo. Also seeing only the 2 Solrock. Because now they generally want to run the 3 copies of the Solrock, right? Then with the Vitality Band, Solrock becomes more of an attacker. You rely on it more to be able to hit those early game knockouts. As well as keeping a 1-prize board state, I think that's very important. Gholdengo has the opportunity now to be able to establish a 1-prize board state, to be able to keep that going. With that Solrock in play as well. You can keep taking knockouts with it, while never ever evolving your Gimmighouls, until it's time to hit with the Gholdengo. An also cool thing to see here is they usually cut a Fighting Gong for an extra Earthen Vessel, because Earthen Vessel allows you to grab out 2 energies from your deck, but Fighting Gong allows you to take a fighting Pokemon as well. But having a 3-3 split means you can grab more energies out of your deck with Earthen Vessel while reserving the Fighting Gong for your fighting Pokemon. And if you have your fighting Pokemon in play, you can always use Fighting Gong to grab out a fighting energy, and then you can use your Earthen Vessel to grab out those metal energies. And then of course, there was the inclusion of the picnic basket, of course, because there was an abundance of Grimmsnarl at the time. We don't see that much Grimmsnarl anymore these days. But I think now that Gholdengo tends to cut Picnic Basket because there's not an abundance of Grimmsnarl anymore, like we saw before with Mega Absol, or was it? No, it was Gardevoir. Just Gardevoir transferring over the damage to Gholdengo, working yourself onto a big Devo play, Picnic Basket would totally ruin that. And that would force the Gardevoir player to take 1 or 2 extra turns to be able to transfer over even more damage if there is so. Because if Gholdengo takes a 1-hit knockout, there is no damage on the board. Unless, of course, Gardevoir is in play, and you can attach through Psychic Embrace, being able to retreat and transfer over that damage. Alright, now we see the analysis again. This is still phase 1, right? 20% of the decks is Gholdengo. That's just insane. When have you ever saw 20%? Apart from the Regidrago meta, of course. Then we saw 30% of one single deck. And then Dragapult Dusknoir. Obviously, I think that is the best, if not second best deck out there right now. And then the Charizard Pidgeot. Again, I think the deck is really good, but it depends what matchup you come up against and how the list is built. And how the testing went, really. Because if you left out some matchups you didn't test, you didn't came prepared for them, and you end up seeing them in this regional, then you just, left out of those. And then honestly, I'm surprised to see Zoroark here. But I think it's very strong still. But also very... how to put it? It's very misunderstood, right? I mean, there is so much Zoroark has to offer us. We still haven't found a way to play it like it's used to be played. Like it wants to be played. Because I also seen some lists running very heavy onto the Darmanitan. Alright? Because running 3 to 4 copies of Ents PP up would power up the Ents Darmanitan as well, being able to use the backorder attack. And if you go up against decks like Gholdengo, who need energies in the discard pile to be able to take a knockout, that backorder would just instantly knock them out, leaving a single prize Pokemon in the active spot, while hopefully maintaining a single prize board state of the Zoroark player. Or perhaps what we did see as well is seeing Heroescape on Zoroark. But Zoroark has seen so many ace packs, to be honest. It has seen Unfast Stamp, it has seen Prime Catcher, it has seen Secret Box and Heroescape. That's 4 ace packs. I don't think there's any other deck seen that many aspects. Apart from Gholdengo though, I think Gholdengo really tops it because Gholdengo had ESP for a while, then it had Prime Catcher, some play it with Trolley, some play it with Secret Box as well, that's also 4. But apart from that, there's not a single deck being that adaptive as those two. But I think especially when Ascended Heroes will be released, that will fix a lot of the Zoroark's damage output. Being able to use the Reshiram, no, not the Reshiram, the Zekrom, to be able to hit 250, that would fix so much. Then attaching a single Vitality Band, and there's your one-hit knockout on the Gholdengo, which you would normally struggle with Zoroark, and you had to run something like the Crustle or the Toadscruel to be able to deal with the Gholdengo even. Because Reshiram allows you to take one-hit knockouts if there was enough damage on the Zoroark. But Gholdengo would just hit through it, disabling that situation from ever happening. Right? Still, I'm surprised to see that 4.5% of Zoroark. Although I would love to see one in play right now. Right, these are some rankings. Marco just chilling with 7-0. Awesome. Going up against Gwen Tran. Being down-paired, there's not a lot of players with 7-0. There's a lot of ties happening. Oh, and there's Ceres Jones. There was this amazing announcement from Ceres Jones. I don't know if everyone saw it. But basically Ceres Jones wanted to keep, start a Discord server, especially for female Pokemon players, right? And Ceres just wants to help this female side of Pokemon really flourish, because I think some of the women are really skeptical when it comes to card games. Just thinking it's more of a boys thing, but actually it's not. And I think that was a really nice call. Alright, when will we see some gameplay? I mean, I suppose we won't see Marco anymore, because we just saw Marco. Right, I'm excited to see what happens here. Right, it's going to be Milislav against JW Krewall. That's interesting. Are we going to see JW running another Miraidon? Would he though? I guess we'll see in just a second. Honestly, I think there's still potential in Miraidon right now, especially with the inclusion of the Zekrom EX. Because that Zekrom EX is a really, really hard finisher. And now with the inclusion of the Magneton in that deck, I think it really has potential to flourish. Alright, let's jump into it. We see Miloslav on Gholdengo Lunatone against Gardevoir. It is going to be yet another Gardevoir. So no Miraidon, sadly. I would have loved to see Miraidon, to be honest. But honestly, I'm excited to see how this pans out. Depending on what list JW is running, we might as well see a potential Devo play as well. If it's going to be Gardevoir Jelly, of course. If it's going to be Gardevoir mainly focused on Monkey Dory, we might see it being played entirely different. Again, we might see the one-off Frillish again. Right, I'm excited. And I think in both cases, both players want to go second here. And again, we didn't see coin flip. But we can see the prizes though. In just a second. Alright, what is happening? There's a Fez and a Gardevoir prized, and double Gholdengo for Miloslav. And double Gimme as well. I mean, mate, do you want to even play the game? Oh no, that's just very unfortunate. An Evo counter catcher prized for JW. I mean, this list might even just play Latias as well, and having a 1-1 split of Evo and Frillish. I'm excited for it. Or might just run the 2 Evo. Right, suppose we'll see here. JW going first. Starting with the Monkey Dory. That was probably the better choice. Because if Lunatone would hit into the Monkey Dory, that would allow JW to have damage on the board to be able to channel over. And starting off with an Earthen Vessel discarding a Psychic Energy is a very good start here. And we see that one Frillish. Did we see the Latias as well? There is no Ultra Ball in hand. There is Rare Candy though. But no Surge cards. Was there no Surge card? I didn't believe there was. So it might just be Monkey Dory attach pass. Oh, that's not a way you want to start the stream here. I mean, that's not a way you want to start any game, really. But I suppose we might just see a Dark attachment. And then next turn you can attach the Psychic and being able to use Mind Bend on whatever comes active. Because I don't think there's a lot else going on. Yeah, we just see the benching of the Screamtail and the pass. Alright, Miloslav starting off with a Fighting Gong. Getting himself, obviously, the Soul Rock. And just checking his energies real quick. And I think he is about to realize there's a double Gimme prized, as well as the double Gholdengo. No facial expression though. And there is another Fighting Gong for the fighting energy. And I think we will see an early lunar cycle here. And obviously you want to attach Air Balloon, retreat, and attach Soul Rock to be able to hit the land that first hit. It seems you have a lot of fighting energies in hand. And there's the Air Balloon. That enables you to hit with the Soul Rock. But there doesn't seem to be much else going on. And that will allow JW Creewall to have a decent setup next turn. Oh, but there is the Arven still. Yeah. So Arven can go Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin. And I suppose another... Or is there a world where we can go... No, right. This list doesn't play the Premium Power Pro. Because if this was... I think it might have been better to go Vitality Band Premium Power Pro and just knock out this Monkey Dory. Because there's a Dark attachment onto it already, you know there's not a lot going on. At JW's side, just having one bench Screamtail, just having the option to go very hard would be very good here. But he chose the safe play, which is obviously the better pick. Just think of future turns. Because I've attended regionals where I see people play way too hard and then just end up hitting nothing, basically, and have no setup for future turns. So you go so hard, but then end up gaining nothing. Ooh, and then choose to use Minor Errant Running. That's interesting. Although you do have a fighting attachment though. And you generally don't want that. But being able to search out those two energies while even setting up your board is quite good. And I think JW, knowing there's a lot of energies in Miloslav's hands, JW might just play the Iono, but it is going to be the research. Excuse me. But he did discard the one candy though. Isn't he going to use that candy to be able to evolve the worlds? Or just go very hard? Just knowing you can discard a psychic energy. Then we see the Earthen Vessel being used, discarding a Curlier here. And obviously eyeing up to use the Psychic Stadium. Hold up. Earthen Vessel... I was about to say, Earthen Vessel away the Curlier to get the Frillish is not something you generally can. Alright, there's the two energies. There's the Ultra Ball, discarding the energies, I suppose. Or is he going to get rid of the other Curly as well? To be able to get maximum potential out of Mystery Garden. it is going to be the discard of the Professor Tura scenario to get that one Frillish. But are you going to sacrifice that one energy you need to be able to item lock Miloslav? To be able to draw one card? I think it's better to take one Ralts. But then again, this Gimme can retreat, you know, there's an air balloon in the hand, and then just one attachment away and one boss's orders away to be able to knock out the Ralts. So I really don't hate this play. And JW as well has Ino for next turn, as well as the Mystery Garden. Right now we see a Lunar Cycle here. For another Fighting Gong, but you can't use it because you're item locked. And that's a good thing though, because there's no Genesect on the board. So no Genesect on the board, meaning Miloslav can't get out the Gholdengos reliably. And because you can't use Nazball, means you can't get anything out basically. And having to rely only on Wild Draw from Lunar Cycle means nothing really is going on. I mean, what you can do is use another minor errand running to be able to search out more energies, but that will make you more of a target for Ino, because Ino would shuffle them back at the bottom of the deck. But I think we're going to see the retreat into the Sorok, landing 70 damage onto the Frillish. Preserving the fighting energy onto the Gimmighoul, obviously because that's a double retreat Gimmighoul, right? There's the Mystery Garden. I mean, there's 3 cards in hand. I mean, you can't use it. Oh, you can, just to draw the one. There's a Drifloon, though. That's not going to save you. There's still no Ralts in play. Yeah, straight to Ino. Shuffle those energies back at the bottom. But that would enable Miloslav to grab Gholdengo or perhaps the Genesect itself from those 6 fresh cards. But JW Krewall really needs to play the game right here. He needs to find himself the Ralts to be able to set up his boards. And because he placed down the Mystery Garden, means he can't place down the Artisan to be able to search out that Ralts, because you can only play 1 stadium during your turn. But I think this Bravery Charm might hit the Ralts. There we go. Just to make sure this Sorok cannot hit into this Ralts. Because a boss's orders with that Sorok is going to be quite devastating. But again, Miloslav doesn't have a lot going on. Right, we're going to see the Lunar Cycle here. Was that a boss's orders? I can't see what the other card was. Come on. Is that the Mawile? I think it is a Mega Mawile. Yeah. With a metal energy attached to it. Interesting. So Miloslav not running the Lopunny, like many lists are. Which is also going to fix your damage output against Gardevoir, I suppose. Isn't that going to be better late game? I mean, you still need to waste an attachment onto Gimmighoul, because that one has a fighting energy, and it can't attack with a fighting energy. It needs a metal energy. Alright, but now JW... Oh, top deck the Gardevoir. Nice. And now obviously that Bravery Charm is not into effect anymore, but that doesn't matter because there's a Gardevoir in play. Right, drawing 2 cards here from Mystery Garden. And grabbing the Lux Cape from it. I mean, I think you can already, place down the TM Evo just because you don't need it. Because you don't want to draw into it late game. Right, we do see another Alt here. And another Dark Energy. So this Dark Energy could possibly go onto a Munkidori. Or you could just bench the other Munkidori. With that Dark. But you only have 1 bench spot left. And I think you ideally want to attack with the Screamtail here. Getting rid of a Lunatone. Just because you know there's not a lot going on. And that Lunatone can draw cards. And getting rid of that will be very good here. Right, we see the Munkidori coming down here. Are we going to see the retreats into Screamtail? I suppose it is, right? I mean, but then you would sacrifice the Screamtail, right? Because that Solrock can't attack because there's no Lunatone in play. That's also something you need to consider, right? Or are we going to see a Mind Bend for the knockout here? I mean, transferring over 30 puts the Solrock up to 50, and then Mind Bend for 60 means a knockout onto the Solrock. That would also be good. That would also limit Miloslav from it. Oh, but it's not. Alright. Alright. Choosing to place it down onto the Gimmighoul. Promoting Screamtail. Is Screamtail now going to knock out something? Alright, interesting. Knocking out the other Gimmighoul. Leaving only 20 damage left on the benched Gimmighoul. And Miloslav did manage to get a Genesect off of that Iono. So now Miloslav can get himself going, but having only 1 Gimmighoul in play means Miloslav will need to spend a lot of recovery to get that 1 Gimmighoul left, because they're still too prized. And he needs to evolve that ASAP, because that 1 Gimmighoul is very susceptible to a Munkidori play. Right? Right. Choosing the Pheasantipity off the Nest Ball. And he has to choose his 5th place on the bench carefully. It can't just become the Genesect. Because that would mean you would have to rely on just the 1 Gholdengo. Right? Right, Pheasantipity first. You still have Lunar Cycle, but no energies to do so. There is some in the discard though, but you have to spend a Superior to be able to get 3 energies back to be able to use Lunar Cycle. Oh, and he is going to place down the Genesect. Are we going to see Solrock retreat then? I suppose it is, right? No, because you ever always want to attack with the Solrock here. Just leave a single prize in the active and knock out the Screamtail that way. You can draw 1 with the Gholdengo And then if you draw into anything that can grab a fighting energy, you can grab 3 more. Right, looks like we see the boss's orders onto the rolls. And Picnic Basket healing off so much damage. That is nice. And being able to get the knockout to boot. And getting another attachment onto the mobile. That will be quite the finisher. Right, Miloslav did manage to take the Gholdengo though. But there is still double gimme in the prize cards. Right. I wonder how this turn would pan out. I mean, JW would still need 5 prize cards. Miloslav just needs the 4. Is there ever a world where you just attack with the Mew now? Right? But you can't. You need attachments and double Dory. Because if you copy the attack from the Mega Mobile with the Mew EX, you can't have damage onto yourself because that would mean you would only do 30 damage. That's also a thing to consider here. It's a possibility though. You can't rely on that second attack if you have damage on yourself. Right, looks like it's just going to be the retreat into the Screamtail. Suppose play the Night Stretcher to get the Dark back. Was there a Night Stretcher? No, there's Double Lily. Right, so now the Screamtail would do 200 damage. And... right, so I suppose JW wants to knock out the Pheasantipity. Or might be the Genesect. Or the Gholdengo. 70. Wait, no. Can't, right? Because 70 would mean Screamtail will only do 140. Choosing to go for the Solrock, though. That would mean Miloslav now has a bench spot open to place another Gimmighoul. If he found the recovery to do so. That's quite an interesting match. I suppose Genesect first before you do anything. Yeah, thin your deck for anything you can't use to be able to use the draw to find the things you can use. And honestly, you can draw a lot of cards here. But you can't just put the Solrock back into play. That's just something you can't do. You need that last bench spot for the gimme. Any gimme, really. Or, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Because you have that Mega Mawile with 1 attachment away from doing 260 damage reliably. But 260 damage isn't going to do a lot against Gardevoir having 310. But it is going to knock out the Mew, though. And then Gholdengo can deal with the Gardevoir. Right, we see the first Superior coming down, getting rid of the Cramorant, and a Gholdengo to be able to get those 4 fighting energy back. Miloslav does have another Lunatone in hand though, but no Solrock. And is choosing to hold on to that Nest Ball. Perhaps he's throwing away now. Lunatone can go, Gholdengo can go, and I suppose that Nest Ball. Unless that Nest Ball will become Solrock eventually. But no, I think it's better to boot. Just throw it out. Because I think you really need those energies. But again, oh yeah. If you're going for the super odd play, you might as well save the Nest Ball. But choosing to go... instantly. Oh, Vitality Band is going to be good. But that Gholdengo already has a tool attached to it. So you can't just get rid of your air balloon and attach a Vitality Band. Unless you're playing Professor Turo's scenario, resetting the Gimmighoul, and getting rid of fighting and the air balloon. There is still no attachment happening though. Nest Ball for the Solrock. We're going to see the 70 damage. Might being placed on the Gardevoir, chipping in some damage. Soften it up. For the Mega Mawile, right? Right, now he has the Fighting Gong. And the Earthen Vessel. So now he can really thin out your deck. I mean, how many cards are those? Like 12? 13? That deck is really thin. Right, another Fighting Gong. I think for the last energy now. Right. And are we going to see a boss's orders? I mean, that should have always been the play, right? Knocking out this Gardevoir. Because there's no rolls left on the bench. Ooh, but choosing to discard the Superior, that's something I would not do. Although you do have the time. Also, do you really want to go for those two energies? Right, you need some, right? Because you still need the metal attachment, of course. Yeah, you need to discard it. Because getting rid of the Professor Turo would be really bad here. Right, attach one. Boss's orders onto the Gardevoir, and there's a scoop from JW. Obviously, there's just no way you can take full price cards with the Screamtail. Wow. There was some nice plays. And being able to get this performance with just the one Gimmighoul left. This is hands down some good Gholdengo plays. And I think in excitement, he messed up the shuffle. There was the famous top deck, rare Candy Gardevoir. Like we see countless of times before. Thank you. Yeah, and there's the scoop. Right, we're going to in a game 2 here. And obviously JW wants to go second now, because he wants to establish this item lock. To be able to not let Miloslav build up his board state. Yeah. But Miloslav did start with a secret box though, but he doesn't have a lot of targets to get rid of. Right, placing down an S-ball. Checking the deck for possibilities. Right, Nestball Genesect, taking 2 Gholdengos out of the deck. And then obviously you have a Lunatone in hand, so you can already place down the Lunatone. And then perhaps get a Solrock from the secret box. But then you're still left with no energy to be able to use Lunar Cycle. Right, and looks like the Gholdengos are going to go down with secret box. Maintaining the rest of the hand. Which is honestly not a bad play here, because you know you play super odd, and I guess that's why he checked the deck a second time, to ensure the super odd is in the deck to be able to make such a call. Because otherwise you really need your Gholdengos. Right, and choosing to get rid of Boss's Orders. I mean, that's a luxury you can get rid of as a Gholdengo player, because you just run 4 of each. So you can get rid of 1 of each and still run reliably. He's thinking about getting the Artisan though. And another Arven for next turn, obviously. Arven then can get you Air Balloon, Earthen Vessel, Genesect can get you more Gholdengos, and then your board is just set. But then Miloslav realizing, if you place down the Artisan, JW Kriwall can place down a Ralts, which you need to chase down with Boss's Orders. So I don't dislike the choice of getting a Boss's Orders here as well. Right, so the fighting energies are already in hand. Choosing to play the Artisan for a Solrock. Still having that Lunatone in hand. And I think we might see an Air Balloon attachment onto that Gimmighoul, retreats into the Solrock, and already applying the pressure on JW Kriwall. And if there's no more than 2 Ralts coming on the bench, then there's 1 going down the discard pile. Right, Lunar Cycle here, drawing 3 more cards. 2 of them are Boss's Orders. Nice. Well, there you have it. 3 Boss's Orders in a single hand. And then there's already the Vitality Band, which is going to be good, because if there's a Frillish coming down, that Vitality Band would enable the knockout against the Frillish. Right, we see a Nestball going down for the second Gimmighoul here. And honestly, this was quite the turn for Miloslav. And looking at the hand of JW, I don't see a lot of things going on. So you have to rely on that Artisan to be able to place down a Ralts. And it's just going to be the Ino. That's going to be unfortunate, because those 3 boss's orders are now at the bottom of the deck. And getting one of those back will be quite hard. Unless you play Artisan, or right off the bat, use Genesect to grab out your Gholdengos, and then your deck is shuffled. Which enhances your chances to get the boss's orders back. But now we do see double Ralts in play, promoting the Screamtail and passing the turn. Preserving the Ralts on the bench. Right, and honestly, that's the choice Miloslav instantly goes for, activating the Genesect ability to grab out 2 Gholdengos, and instantly shuffling the deck, as well as taking 1 Gimmighoul out. Right, so if Miloslav now finds his boss's orders, he can boss up the Lily's Clefairy, which is weak to metal, so you only need to discard 2 energies to be able to get that knockout on the Lily's Clefairy. And that will be quite unfortunate. But JW was forced to start with that Lily's Clefairy, so there was no way out from it. Right, coin bonus, drawing 2. You have a fighting gong though, so you can thin out the deck from 1 fighting energy. Then checking the deck again. And then use the Lunar Cycle ability from the Lunatone to draw 3 more. And just dig for that boss's orders. Because that would already put you up front in prize cards. And I think that's what you really want in this situation. But still no boss's orders has been found. Miloslav can draw 2 more if he chooses. No, just the 1 more. And is it the boss's orders? I didn't see it. No, it is not. It's the superior energy retrieval. So I think in this situation, Miloslav might just want to go for the retreat here. Or just knock out the Screamtail, which is also, funnily enough, weak to metal. Right, opting to go for the super odds here. Shuffling back the Gholdengo and the energies, which you can take back later on. Right, Gholdengo being shuffled back. And I think we might see the knockout on the Screamtail here, forcing JW to have some sort of recovery to be able to recover that Screamtail. But judging by the hand, there is not much going on here. Right. Do we see them make it rain for 1? It's going to be the 2. Wait, wasn't Screamtail weak to metal? I thought it was, right? Anyways, I think it doesn't really matter because you can superior them back anyways. Right, JW throwing out a lot of psychic energies there. But I don't think there was a rare candy in hand. So JW has to Ultra Ball for a Curlier here. Or is opting to go for the Drifloon? No, it is a Curlier. And then obviously Artisan for the Drifloon. That is the better play here. Obviously. And then bumping the Artisan for the Mystery Garden to hope to draw into anything you can use. But I thought there was a Stadium in hand. It's just going to be the Mew and the Ino. I suppose there has to be an Ino coming down now. Yeah. Shuffling back the Mew on the bottom. And grabbing 6 more cards. He does find the secret box though. But with no way to discard the energies. I mean, you can't just grab Ultra Ball and Earthen Vessel from it. Also, there's no real targets you can throw away with Secret Box. I think you might just hold the hands and pass the turn. Those are all resources you don't want to get rid of. Right, checking the discard here. There's just the 2 energies in there. So Superior's not going to do much. You can Lunar Cycle, but then there's still 3. Right, we see the Genesect ability again. Grabbing that 3rd Gholdengo. Alright, what's the plan here? Seeing that JW Greeble again has such a slow setup, we might as well just target down the Curlier. Right, drawing 1 again with the bench Gholdengo. Drawing another. Still no boss's orders. Oh, we find the boss. Alright, now we fighting Gong. For this fighting energy, obviously. And there's 3 more in deck. And I think the better play here would be to knock out the Curlier. Or, to be honest, it might be the Ralts. Getting rid of this Ralts now. Again, forcing JW to find recovery to put that Ralts back. And then next turn, you can just knock out the Gardevoir. That would also be a good play. Because this Solrock can take care of that Ralts with a well-timed boss's orders. Which puts Miloslav onto even prizes, where you can just win the game with Boss, Boss Lily's Clefairy, and Boss the Gardevoir EX. Right, now we're going to see opting the Drifloon, though, over the Ralts. Again, that's not a bad play as well. Like, forcing JW to spend resources to get that Drifloon back, which is like the only answer JW has to knocking out a Gholdengo. Obviously, that Lily's Clefairy can get a knockout, but why would you attack with that? Because that's a 2-prize liability. Right, and that's a retreat into the Solrock and the knockout on the Drifloon. And there's the resource being spent. The Super Odds. And then having to use the secret box here. Obviously to grab an Iono to limit Miloslav from his resources in his hands. Because that hand needs to be disrupted. And I think in this situation, we might just Iono counter-catch up the Genesect. There is no Air Balloon on the Genesect, so that one can't retreat. And we might then artisan back the Screamtail and just finish off the board state with consecutive Screamtail turns. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Right, Ultra Ball coming down to get the Gardevoir, attach onto the Munkidori, and then instantly go for an Ino. Oh, as well as using the Artisan, of course. And an Ino as a last card in hand. Right, JW gets to see 6 cards here. Finding himself the Night Stretcher, though. And the Frillish, which he obviously doesn't need anymore. But choosing to preserve the Frillish. Obviously, a well-timed Frillish can win you the game late game as well. Because if Gholdengo spends all of the superior energy retrievals, or just leave the one and all the energies are in the discards, they just can win the game with one single Frillish. Right, retreating Gardevoir into Screamtail. With 3 energies on it, being able to do 120 damage. And then knock out the Lunatone. Wait, wasn't there a counter catcher? I thought JW took a counter catcher from somewhere. Or might have put it back. Right, what is that hand though? It's like 3 superior? It is 3 superior. I mean, there is a way we can retreat the Solrock, but then you would need boss's orders to get a knockout. And you can't just reliably retreat the Solrock into their Gholdengo. If you whiff on the boss's orders, then you're basically done for. Right, there's the... There is some confusion going on there right now. Miloslav playing the Buddy Poffin, grabbing a Lunatone, which has too much HP to be put down by Buddy Poffin, but then the Nest Ball came down, which was good. Which is interesting though, those are all resources he spent, while he could have also placed down the Lunatone through the Artisan. So he's throwing away the resources from his deck to make sure he's Ino-proof late game. And that is interesting to note. Because Gholdengo usually doesn't play Ultra Ball, so you have to spend your resources otherwise. So that's 2 more cards from Gholdengo. Right, do we find the boss's orders? We do not. So Genesect is able to thin the deck. Thin the deck. You can play the Earthen Vessel though. Oh, we have the boss's orders. Right, nice. And that Gardevoir has 300 HP left. That means he only needs 6 energies to grant you that knockout. Alright. Earthen Vessel away the Arven to grab 2 metal energy. Potentially charging up a benched Gholdengo for a future knockout. Because if you boss the Gardevoir now, that Screamtail will only be choosing the Lily's Clefairy though. Opting that over the Gardevoir. Knowing JW's setup wasn't that good. And he also threw away 1 rare candy early game as well. So this might have been the only second candy he had. And then 2 energy discards for the knockout on the Lily's Cliff Fairy. Oh, but then JW has Gardevoir in hand. I think there was no more candy, right? At least I think there was no more. Right, let's see here. Oh, there wasn't played any. Right, there's the attachment onto the Gardevoir. Interesting though. Opting to not attach the Dark Energy onto Monkey and instead attaching the Psychic onto Gardevoir to be able to retreat reliably back into Screamtail. But now you have the attachment of the Bravery Charm. So now the Screamtail can have a larger knockout. So now it has 80 damage on it, and now it can do 160 damage on the bench. And that Gardevoir not having damage on it now means Minislav needs 7 energies to be able to take the knockout. And Screamtail is knocking out. Yeah, but Minislav showing the hand with 3 retrievals, closing out the game against JW Creewar here. Again, Gholdengo showing a very nice game against Gardevoir. That's the second time today we see Gholdengo against Gardevoir and not losing, although that's not too good of a matchup. Although I initially thought it was. Wow, that was an interesting match though. And now we get to see, is the first round of Phase 2 coming after this? Or isn't there? Right, now we see a recap of the games we just played before. That was the insane top deck. And honestly, I think just Gholdengo goes way too hard now with the Solrock and Lunatone engine to be able to have a 1-price attacker which deals with, as well as Ralts, as Frillish. Gholdengo just goes way too hard. And I think it's way too hard for Gardevoir to keep up now. Because Gardevoir also relies a lot of comeback mechanics to be able to come back late game. But if you can't get a decent setup, there is no coming back from anything. Alright, I'm going to grab myself a little bit more water. Be right back. Right, I'm back. And now they're doing the interview with Miloslav, obviously. But I really wonder if we're going to see the next round after this. Or is the regional just going to end? I mean, for today, obviously. And honestly, that was quite a good performance from Gholdengo. Yeah, like, honestly, I would have thought the matchup would have been worse against Gardevoir. But Gholdengo going this hard? I mean, it makes me want to pick the deck up again. Just kidding. I love my Dragapult. But I love to see it performing this well, though. I mean, Gholdengo is weak to fire, but when you play Dragapult, there's like a nice thing you can do when you place the damage counters on the bench, so you can attack the active Gholdengo, place 6 damage counters on the bench, and then when you pop some Dusknoir and Dusclops, you can get rid of the entire board state and take 6 prizes in a single turn. That's like the big downside. But then if Gholdengo does crazy Gholdengo things and goes way too hard and just knocks out your Dracloak before you're able to set up, the thing you can do is, like I do, is tech in 1 Moltres, and to be able to use the 1 Moltres to knock out the Gholdengo, that's also a possibility. Just not having to rely on a Dragapult to be able to take knockouts. And honestly, it worked well for me in the last League Cup I played. Then I paired up against Gholdengo, and I was just about to take 4 prizes with 1 Moltres. And then obviously Gholdengo went after the Dracloak, limiting myself from any draw and any resources I would have. But then this Moltres was just too strong to deal with. Right, now we're going to see more recap from Pablo. Right, now we see the board state from Miloslav and JW. Just knocking out that Frillish. And I think this was the moment they promoted the Screamtail. Oh, it was the Monkey Dory. Alright. Oh yeah, that was game 1. Right, with the Bravery Charm attached to it. And that insane top deck. That might have just saved his game, but it wasn't quite enough to deal with. He could draw 2 cards here. But then he drew into the luxurious cape, which he didn't want to use. And then obviously Minislav going for a checkmate position and charging up that Mawile for a potential one-hit knockout on anything, basically. So that was also a good thing to point out. You have the Solrock to deal with, there is the Gholdengo to deal with, and then at the back of all that is the Mawile staring down at you. So yeah, just JW realizing that there was no way to get out of that. And that was the boss onto the Drifloon. Yeah. Then we received the retreat into the Solrock, knocking out this Drifloon, which was the only thing that can one-shot a Gholdengo. And then Minislav took it out, the only potential threat, leaving a single prize Pokemon in the active spot as well. And then forcing JW to find something like the boss's orders or a counter catcher to be able to gust something up, which was worth 2 prize cards. And then we saw the boss's orders onto the Nisclefairy, realizing it was weak to metal. You only need to discard 2 energies. Yeah, like if you target down the Gimmighoul, that will be harder for them to set up, basically. But that would mean you need to have something like Counter Catcher or Boss's Orders to target down those Gimmighoul. Because otherwise you have this mean little Solrock to deal with. And that one has 110 HP, so it's not easily dealt with. Because most single prize attackers only do 70 to 80 damage. And that Solrock has 110. But that's the thing about the Gardevoir though. Because that Screamtail does ×2 the damage per damage counter on that Pokemon. And you could do it on any Pokemon. So Screamtail can attack the bench as well. So that's the good thing about the Screamtail. I mean, Gardevoir does have counters against everything, basically. But you have to set up your board state to do so. And if you don't have a good setup, you're very susceptible to be able to be run over by turbo decks like this Gholdengo. Alright, so we are going to see a round 1 from phase 2. I'm very excited to see what we're up against. I mean, these are going to be the players that got 16 match points to be able to make day 2. Oh. Yeah, there was a little confusion there because he retreated the Solrock into the Gholdengo to draw 2 more cards, but then he forgot to discard their energy whilst retreating. And I think that metal energy has to go onto the Gholdengo because Genesect is generally not an attacker and you need 3 energies to do so. It's just better to play Professor Turo scenario and getting rid of the Genesect's liability and just charge up different Gholdengos. Nice. Well, I wonder how Emily's doing now. Because I saw on the socials that Emily Foreman was playing Raging Ball today. So I'm excited to see how the performance was. Right, now we see another commercial. We didn't quite see how she performed. Like there were no numbers, how many wins, how many losses. And this is going to be the Eevee box again from Emma Hagen. Well, this is going to be a recap as well. Yeah, like I said, Eevee box is well positioned now. Because of the fire weakness from Gholdengo and Eevee box being able to reliably hit for that weakness every single time with the Flareon. Are there any good cards in Ascendo Heroes? Oh yes, sure. This new Pokepads is going to change a lot of things. Because honestly, with that Pokepads, a lot of decks that weren't actually playable will become playable now. And there's a lot of new decks coming out, like the new Mega Feraligatr, like Mega Dragonite, and I think I'm forgetting some. But I think those 2 are the real important ones. Oh, but like Mega Meganium is also a thing now, right? Because that one can hit 370 damage with only 6 energies attached to it. I believe, yeah, 6 energies attached to it, then 370 damage. That is just crazy. And I think a lot of the decks will change as well. Like, there is a Stadium cards in Ascended Heroes which completely disrupts the Terra Box archetypes as well as the Eevee box. Because any Terra Pokemon need one colorless energy more to be able to attack. But that obviously you could counter that Stadium with a Stadium of your own. But if you do not find the Stadium of your own, and you're forced to find one, and you can't reliably find one, then you're just left without any attackers. Oh yeah, very much so. And like, the release of Ascended Heroes is only 2 weeks away from now. But those early products, I don't think they will be worth opening for players. I mean, you need to sink a lot of money into it to be able to get out your playables from them. But like, I'm about to do a video about it soon. If you're a player and you're just starting out, I think it's better to contact your local game store or make a list of cards you really need and give them to any vendor from a card store or any card show you're going to. Just make a list of cards you really need for the deck you're playing or about to be playing, and just give them to a card store or at someone at a card show, and they will supply the cards for you. I think some of the vendors would really love to get rid of bulk because they're just sitting on it. And for them, bulk doesn't really have a real value, but to you as a player, bulk has a lot of value. And to be honest, when I see bulk at a card show, I always go crazy. Alright, now we're going into phase 2. Oh yeah, they are going to limit the Terras into the Mega Pokemon, but honestly the damage output from the Terra Pokemon wasn't quite as high. Oh, but there was a tool card coming out, especially made for Pikachu EX. So there's this light ball coming, and when it's attached to a Pikachu EX, that Pikachu EX could do 50 damage more. And Pikachu EX is already doing 300 damage, so that Pikachu is doing 350 damage. The only downside to it, you need to discard all the energies attached to the Pikachu, and Pikachu needs 1 grass, 1 lightning, and 1 metal to do so. And getting those 3 energies on there is not as easy as you might think. So that's another downside to it. But I think Pikachu might see a lot more play, especially in Joltik box. But after the rotation of Miraidon, I think the deck will fall off in popularity, just because it's not reliable to set up anymore. Alright, are we going to see who's going to get paired? Oh yeah, we are going to lose everything this rotation. I mean, not everything. But like the big three are going, like Gholdengo is going to rotate, Charizard is going to rotate, Gardevoir is gone forever. And honestly, a lot of the decks are going to lose their only engine to be able to set up reliably. Like I've talked before about Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Absol losing Arven to be able to fetch out Precious Trolley and to Technical Machine Turbo Energize to be able to accelerate those energies onto your board. You're losing your entire engine. Although I do think Arven can be potentially replaced by Toxtricity being able to accelerate those energies to your Mega Absol reliably, but that limits your Mega Kangaskhan not having energies on there, so that can't be as much as an attacker as it did before. And you will rely a lot more on that Kangaskhan to be able to get more draw going, to be able to set up your boards. But then I'm also forecasting, with the release of Perfect Order and this huge fighting type support, that fighting type Mega Pokemon as well as Garchomp are going to see a lot more play, which is going to hit the weakness onto that Mega Kangaskhan. Alright, and now we get to see a full Gardevoir list. So this is Pedro Pertussi's Gardevoir, which is running the double Frillish and the single Jellicent EX. Which is good at shutting down your opponent, being able to not only item lock, but tool lock them as well. Not being able to play tool cards, like the Technical Machine Evolution, just completely shutting that down. And when you can evolve into the Jellicent rather early, you can shut them down as early as the second turn. Oh yeah, Lucario is going already. It does seem some play here and there. But it does get bullied a lot by Gardevoir, and I think that's the main drawback. You don't see this deck anywhere, basically. Just because of the abundance of Gardevoir out there. But with Gardevoir gone, Mega Lucario has full potential. I don't doubt it. And again, like, judging from this list, like, what's going to rotate from this? Like, the Gardevoir is gone. We're going to lose the Drifloon, the Screamtail, the Mew. Iono is gone. Arven is gone. Professor Turo is gone. Earthen Vessel, Nest Ball. I mean, Bravery Charm, Counter Catcher, TM Evo, Artisan. We are going to get hit so hard this April. It's just insane. But like, obviously we're going to see cards which we can use to set up more reliably as well in the future. Just as the Pokepad, which is going to be released in Ascended Heroes. It's a start. It's not going to do much, but it's a start to be able to revive old decks and to be able to get new decks rolling rather easy. Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, I think there's a huge list, and I think 70 plus potential... What's the word again? Potential competitive cards that are rotating out of this format. Like, very impactful cards. Like, obviously, we're going to use sets like Scarlet Violet Base, we're going to lose Obsidian Flames, Paradox Rift, and Paldean Fates as well. Because everything up to Temporal Forces is going to rotate out. Temporal Forces was the first H-Block set, and that is going to stay legal for another year. Alright, and there we have some Todd's Mega Toolbox. This was the original list though. It has adapted more over time like we saw before with this other stadium card as well, being the Team Rocket's Watchtower. But this is the original list that Todd brought to, I think it was Dortmund? Or was it Lille? It's either one of the two, Dortmund or Lille. And he was so excited, he booked a last-minute flight to be able to test out this deck at the regional itself. Like, it was theory crafting and thinking about the potential it had in the current meta, but it did really want to test out this deck. And I think Todd really has a testing group because other people stepped into his footsteps, like Rahul Reddy tested the deck, which he also piloted, and then Ryuki Okada also adapted a version of this deck, but going more disruptive with less Cornerstone Musco Agapon EX, but having an Eerie and the Zoroastrics Machinations in there to be able to deal with Gholdengo, just using Eerie to get rid of their superior energy retrieval, and they would just scoop the game because they can't get their energies back out of the discard pile. But I think there's so much more we haven't discovered yet about this Mega Absol box, and I can't wait to see how it will adapt after the rotation happens. Obviously, I will do some theory crafting of my own, and putting some lists out for people to test out. For myself as well, I would love to see how this deck would perform, especially post-rotation. Also, I've seen some people opening Ascended Heroes already, and I don't know if you saw, but there's going to be a non-holo Psyduck version in Ascended Heroes. So normally there was this debate of people not being able to buy the Psyduck from the 3-pack blister from Mega Evolution, but now there's a bulk version coming out in Ascended Heroes, which people obviously are going to buy to be able to play that Psyduck. And this is Alexander's Dragapult. I remember streaming that match from Alexander versus Charizard at Stuttgart. And this was the Dragapult list he was playing. And honestly, this is quite the same as my Dragapult list. Although I'm not running the Nespal, I'm running double rare candy. And I'm running only 2 Dragapult, but I'm running a Moltres. And I think this Moltres does help out a lot in some situations. Like, imagine, even against Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt has 240 HP. When you pop one Dusknoir and you attack the Raging Bolt with the Moltres, that's like perfect math. The Moltres does 110 damage against the Pokemon EX, and then Dusknoir finishes off with the 130 damage remaining. Me, myself, I'm a big fan of Dragapult. Just because it has a lot of comeback potential as well. Because the inclusion of 3 counter catcher, you're just able to gust up anything that's on the bench, which you can KO. As well as it has answers to Psyduck, because most people would think Psyduck would completely shut down the Dragapult. But Dragapult being able to place down the Holucha and being able to place down 6 damage counters, meaning it has answers to that Psyduck, even though players are not realizing it. Forcing the opponent to spend their resource to be able to place that Psyduck back, which is just a free prize if you use Professor Turo's scenario and pick back up the Holucha and just use it again to be able to get rid of that Psyduck again. Right. Now we see a lot of players leaving the venue as well, because obviously the only players playing right now, do I see Amy there? We do. Again, I do wonder what deck she's playing, and to see her playing in phase 2 means it will be quite a good deck. Anyways, moving on. All the players leaving the venue right now are all the players that didn't make day 2. Right, we see Marco Cifuentes with 8-0, having 24 match points. That is just insane. And there's only 4 players going 8-0. All other players have either 1 loss or 1 tie. And there is Ceres Jones with 8-0 again. And Emma Hagen 7-1 with Eevee Box, which is also interesting. And I think we might even see Emma Hagen on stream now. Alright. What are they deciding to feature? I mean, they are taking their time, though. I mean, it is quite the change. Going from phase 1 into phase 2, everyone needs to leave the venue. Judges have to make sure there's no accidents happening. And then when everyone's settled down, then phase 2 can start reliably. Right, looks like we're going to see Aiden Suk against Jian He. And then Miloslav, which we just saw before, going up against Matt Shrang. And then Cyrus Jones up against Anthony Romanello. Right, so I'm excited to see what they will be playing. Might as well be another Gholdengo, but I guess we'll just see. Right. Oh, it is going to be the Grimmsnarl against Alakazam. Interesting, though. This is not a good matchup for Alakazam. Depending what Abra version he's running, though, because I did run it with a 40 HP version, and that would just get hit so hard by the Frostlass from Grimmsnarl. It is crazy. Right, I'm excited to see that. These are two archetypes we didn't see yet today. Alright, the devolution is prized for the Grimmsnarl player as well as the secret box. That's going to be a big thing because devolution will most likely be your only out to winning. But having 2 psychic energy prized from Zhang's side, meaning that he will need to dig very hard to find 1 single psychic energy. Because these lists usually run just the 4, and having 2 of them prized means you need to dig through 50 cards just to find it. Right, and Grimmsnarl going first here. Placing down the Spikemouth Gym, getting another... What's it? Impidimp? I always forget the name. Yeah, it's a Marnie's Impidimp. Because Spikemouth Gym get yourself out any Marnie Pokemon that is a basic Stage 1 or Stage 2. So this deck is also running the Artisan, but not wanting to put down the Artisan because Artisan would help Zhang set up as well. And Zhang choosing to use the Fan Call here, getting out 3 Dunsparce. Obviously setting up for a huge draw turn. Right, there we go. There's 3 Dunsparce. And it looks like to be one with 3 retreats. And that's going to be also a big thing here, because that 3 retreat Dunsparce is only having 60 HP, which takes 2 ticks from Munkidori to be able to be knocked out. But being able to shuffle it back through the means of the Dunsparce means that Aiden has to reliably pull it off in 1 single turn. Right, and Zhang playing the Nestball, grabbing an Abra here. because you really need that to be able to set up your Alakazam. And that is going to be your main attacker. And there we see the Battle Cage. Battle Cage is going to help out a lot in this matchup. And I've seen lists playing 4 copies even. And already using the Assault Landing to place 70 damage on the Munkidori. Right, it looks like we see a Team Evo attachment onto the Munkidori. Then later, Munkidori can use Adrenabrain to be able to channel over any damage, perhaps to the Arbor even. And if Aiden is able to find the Body Puffin, which he's not, he would have been able to get 2 Frostless out. But I suppose having that Spike Myth Gym in hand, he can use that next turn. Oh yeah, Battle Cage is stopping damage counters from being placed on benched Pokemon. So he has to place them onto the Fan Rotom. But I suppose he already called it. And then Battle Cage stopped him from placing the battle damage counters. And they're utilizing Team Evo to evolve into another Morgrim and instantly evolving that Snorlax into Frostlass. That's why the 1 damage counter on their Fan Rotom. Right, Jean drawing for turn. There is a Kadabra though, so he can already get some draw going. So taking 2 from evolving Kadabra. And there's the 1 enriching energy. So this enriching energy in combination with Hilda will ensure... Oh, there's a Dawn coming. But Dawn, honestly, is going to do much more. Because Dawn will ensure you have an Arbor. It can get you a Dunsparce. You can attach the enriching energy to the Dunsparce, grab 4 more cards, and then shuffle the energy with the Dunsparce back into your deck. Being able to use again later game. And looks like Xiang is already fetching out the Alakazam for next turn even. And what's that stage 1? Is that the Golduck? No, it's the Dunsparce. I didn't see. It was kind of a shimmering. Right, enriching energy. Drawing 4. Then evolving into the Dunsparce. Draw 3 more. And then shuffle the Dunsparce back. Interesting to also run the Psyduck though. I would have thought Psyduck was more of a liability in this deck. Because you already run like 4 Battle Cage. Like in some matchups, that Psyduck can easily be counter-catched up and be clutched with an Yveltal. But then I suppose that is why you play Jet Energy as the Alakazam player, right? To be able to limit them from doing so. Right, and there was the Body Puffin. To get that Abra and another Dunsparce. Leaving that 1 Abra in deck though. And there's another Assault Landing, knocking out the only Munkidori with a Dark Energy attached to it. Alright, and here comes the Stadium Bump. And then Spikemouth Gym will be able to supply the Marnie's Grimmsnarl for Aiden. And now being able to fetch out 5 Dark Energies with the Evolve of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. But obviously, you're never ever going to pull out 5 energies in a single turn. But choosing to charge up the Benched Morgrim as well is interesting. Because now that Morgrim is already charged up for a future turn, if Aiden chooses to evolve it into a Grimmsnarl. And now we see the boss's orders onto the Kadabra. And obviously without the battle cage in play, but there is no damage in play, Marnie's Grimmsnarl placing 3 damage counters, or I should say 30 damage onto the Albra. But if there was damage in play, that Munkidori was able to knock out that Abra, leaving Zhang with no attackers on the board. And that is why Alakazam plays Rare Candy, to get back in situations such as those. And that's just another copy of the battle cage. That's just insane, being able to bump stadium after stadium. And I think this battle cage will stay because Aiden already played 2 Spikemouth gyms. Yeah, there has to be a psychic attachment now, because there's no psychic in the discard. And you have to attack with the Alakazam. So you will have to try to draw as much cards as possible to be able to take this one-hit knockout on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which would take you 15 cards. Because do note, Frostlass is still in play, so Frostlass can take care of that remaining 10 damage onto the Grimmsnarl, because Frostlass counts for both boards. Right, so we see Dawn being played for an Abra and another Dunsparce. And he's just counting the cards. I didn't count the cards, but I suppose that is already enough. Well, I suppose that's why the dice, right? He has 16 cards in hand. Is it 12, 15? And that is enough. But then, through the means of the Frostlass, that is taking care of that 10 remaining damage. Getting 2 prize cards here. And honestly, it's insane how well Alakazam is performing now. Because Alakazam was always known as the underdog or the rogue deck nobody played. But seeing it perform this well, you will expect players to adopt it into future tournaments. Right, John just thinking. He has to place down another Abra though, because otherwise there will be a very big target for the Marnie's Morgrim. Because Marnie's Pokemon are hitting for weakness on the Alakazam. And Aiden only have 1 prizes on his board, meaning Jean can't take any 2 prize knockouts in this turn. But with that Marnie's Morgrim in the active spot, means Aiden won't be having an attacker next turn. Alright, another Arbor coming down. And there's the Psychic patch though. The Wondrous patch. To be able to recycle that Psychic energy from the discard pile to attach to your Alakazam. Nice. Now just counting the energies. I think there was a boss's orders. And Zhang didn't play a supporter yet. So you might as well just boss up that Frostlass. And choosing to place down yet another Arbor. And choosing to play the Hilda. Just to be able to evolve into the Dunsparce. To be able to be Iono-proof next turn. That's also a big thing. Because he doesn't really need the draw this turn. So Iono-proofing yourself for the next turn, or the turn after even, will be very big here. And obviously choosing to evolve the non-free retreat to Dunsparce means you can always shuffle it back when you put it in the active spot. Alright. I guess this game is played. There's not much Aiden can do now. Only transferring 4 damage counters over, although there is a potential Blood Moon play with an attachment. But then that would mean Zhang can knock out the Blood Moon, and there has to be an Ino coming, but Aiden doesn't have the Ino, and I think Zhang already has enough cards in hand to deal with this Blood Moon. Although I think he's out of rare candy, so that Arbor has to evolve into Kadabra first. So Aiden, realizing this, knows he has time to set up the board. Alright, I think there's a little bit discussion going on how Battle Cage works. Because I also think it does state that it only works on the opponent's side of the field and not your field. So Frostlass will be able to place damage counters on your Munkidori, but not on the opponent's side of the field. Right, Zhang drawing cards with the Dunsparce here. And honestly, I would play the Budgie Poffin as well, placing down 2 more Dunsparce. And there is a Kadabra left in deck though. So I think with a Wondrous patch and an attachment onto the other Arbor and evolving both Arbor into Kadabra, I think that will be game and checkmate into Aiden. Alright, Hilda will ensure you the Kadabra. But there's no more energy left. So Zhang will need to rely on this single attachment and just has to hope this Arbor doesn't go down. Oh, it is a Dawn. I thought it was a Hilda. Alright, so Dawn grabbing you the Pheasantipity and the Kadabra. Obviously it's Dawn with the bike. I'm not used to play high rarity though. So I've mistaken the Dawn for the Hilda. Right, now we see the other evolving into another Dunsparce. And the Fan Rotom coming active. But there was already a supporter being played. So Zhang can't play the boss's orders. Right, placing down the other Dunsparce. And that deck is honestly looking super thin. I think he's holding on to 30 plus cards. Alright, and playing the Night Stretcher to grab the other Kadabra to be able to grab 2 more cards from the deck. Which is going to be another Kadabra and a Dunsparce. But yes, that one was already put down this turn, so you can't evolve it. And that one as well. Or was it? Because I think that other Dunsparce came into this turn, into this same turn, through the means of the Body Boffin. Yeah, and there we go. That's the checkmate from Zhang. Wondrous Patch on one Kadabra, attach for turn on the other Kadabra. I think there is no way Aiden can get out of this situation. And do you know, this Blood Moon cannot attack this turn. So that Blood Moon needs to get reset through the means of Professor Terra's scenario, or needs to retreat and come back active. But I think that's going to be GG for Zhang. See, and that's what I thought. That Dunsparce came into play last turn through the means of that first Body Boffin, right? So you wasn't able to evolve it. Alright, and you do have Secret Box though. So Secret Box can ensure you... Hold up. Secret Box can ensure you an Ino. And then Budju will be discarded, of course. So we will see Night Stretcher. Oh, there is another Spitemouth Gym. Interesting, though. And an Air Balloon. Hold up. I know. This might be a huge comeback. You can place down the Spitemouth Gym, already transfer over some damage. Play the Ino. Zhang is going to lose its entire hand. And then only draw 2 cards. While also already evolved into Kadabra. This might be huge. Right, and then using Spitemouth Gym to fetch out Amani's Impidimp and to get the knockout with Budju. At least that's what I would do. Oh, hold up. No, wait. You need to place over damage counters with Monkey Dory, otherwise you can't get the knockout. But attacking with the Budju is rather good here. But Zhang just drawing to Hilda and a Dunsparce, that is huge as well. Right, so now we see the transfer. There's 3 damage counters. Oh, just the 2. Right, and Itchy Pollen is going to finish it. Right, and now Frostlass has free game. Now those damage counters are going to fly over the board. Right, and honestly, Zhang can really draw himself out of this. But there is a budget in the active spot, and you need to take 2 prize cards in order to win the game. So this won't quite be easy to be able to pull it off. Right, and going straight for the Enriching Energy and an Alakazam to be able to draw 7 cards upon attaching and evolving into the Alakazam. And then he still has the Dunsparce to be able to draw 3 more. But that's his last Alakazam. If there's another item lock coming, Zhang won't be able to have any more recovery to be able to get that Alakazam back. But the devolution is still prized for Aiden's side of the board. So you won't see a Devo play here. Right, attaching onto the Dunsparce. And I think best case scenario is just to shuffle all those Dunsparce in the deck and just don't put them back on the bench. Because those will be an easy target for Monkey Dory. Right, obviously shuffling the deck because she shuffled back the Dunsparce. And you need to do so before you can do the other one. Right, so retreating into Kadabra because that Kadabra has Side Shot to be able to knock out the Budget for 30 damage. Alright, interesting. Keeping that Dunsparce in play, as well as that Dunsparce. I mean, Aiden just needs Monkey Dory attachment and a way to retreat this Impidimp. Because I saw Monkey Dory attachment. That's 6 damage onto that free retreat Dunsparce, which only has 60 HP. Right, it's just checking the deck here. But then obviously, there's still the Kadabra to deal with. Aiden still needs 2 prize cards here. But I suppose with a double attachment, like placing down Monkey Dory, attach for turn, there is still rare candy in deck though. But that Impidimp won't be able to retreat, and I think, yeah, Aiden realized he wasn't able to win. And Zhang would just be able to take that last prize card. Interesting game though. Yeah, but there was no way to draw cards from the Grimmsnarl player. And you can take 1 knockout, but that Impidimp can't retreat. If you would have just promoted the Blood Moon, that would be in an entire different situation. Because then you would just bench Monkey Dory, transfer over 60 damage, and attack with the Blood Moon again for game. And I think with this one game, we already lost like 35 minutes. So I doubt we will see the conclusion of this second game. So this might just end up, hopefully in a tie, or we might just see a win from Zhang's sides, just because this game won't be concluded. And now we see as well how Budgie can be really devastating, especially late game. Alright, are we going to see the prize cards here? And I think obviously Aiden is going to go second. Yeah. To be able to utilize that TM evolution, forcing Zhang to go first. Which Zhang normally wouldn't want to do, because he needs his supporter for turn to be able to set up reliably. And again, there's no Arbor coming down on the very first turn. And judging by the hand though, Aiden is able to set up perhaps double Snorunt through the means of Arven, and then with an attachment and team evolution, Aiden will be able to place down double Frostless this turn. Right, obviously playing the Arven now. Oh, but there's no attachment. Then obviously your only option is going for an item lock here. Then even if Xiang would top deck a Buddy Poffin, he wouldn't be able to use it because it's item locked. Right, so Air Balloon going down onto the Munkidori, Buddy Boffin getting the Budgie, and obviously getting another Snorunt, because through the means of the Spikemouth Gym, you can get another Impidimp next turn. And it's going to be just that. Right, and that's going to be the retreat into the Budgie and Itchy Pollen. Limiting Zhang from playing any item cards. But of course, there's the bump from the Battle Cage already. There we see the evolution into the Dunsparce and a Lily. Being able to shuffle the hand back into the deck and drawing 8 new cards. Hoping to find themselves an Abra or perhaps more Dunsparce to be able to set up the board for future turns. Alright, Zhang is going to see a lot of cards here. 8 from the Lily. And then you can shuffle back to the Dunsparce. You did find yourself the free retreat Dunsparce. I mean, there is still the fact there's no Dark Energy on the Munkidori. Wait, you did already attach this turn. Did you? No, it was last turn. Right, so there's the Enriching. Getting 4 more cards, which still aren't any Abra. And now shuffling it back. Yep, drawing 3 cards. And then obviously promoting the free retreat Dunsparce. And finding no Abra again. This is quite devastating. That is the second turn. He drew like 14 cards. No, right, that's a lot more. Lily for 8. Enriching for 4. That's 12. And then the Dunsparce for 3. Yes, my math is working. He drew 15 cards this turn. And finding not a single Abra. And there's another bump of the Battle Cage. Is this the turn? We're going... Oh, let's go. Wait, hold up. Grimmsnarl is not supposed to go onto the Snorunt. There we go. That's better. I think he mixed up the cards. I mean, that's the thing what you get when you play illustration rares such as those. The Frostless has a rather dark cinematic going on, and you can easily mistake it for a dark Pokemon, while it's still a water type Pokemon. Right, and Aiden also placed down this second Monkey Dory, having only one Impidimp into play. But Aiden knows he can take his time, because Zhang doesn't have anything going on at the moment. Alright, another Frostlass going down. So you can expect some heavy damage being thrown over to Zhang's side of the board next turn. And not being able to play item cards again, and top decking a Buddy Poffin. Although you do have the Dawn this turn. So you can play the Dawn to get one Arbor, but do note that Arbor is not going to be safe. Because of the double Frostless in play, Zhang would really need to find another Battle Cage to ensure the safety of the Arbor. Because otherwise, if there's double Monkey Dory coming, then those damage counters will fly on that Arbor, knocking it out instantly. Right, there's the use of the Artisan to be able to bench an Arbor, and then bumping the stadium yet again with another Battle Cage, and then playing the Dawn to get the second Arbor. And are you going to place down the Dunsparce though? I suppose you don't, right? You want to keep this free retreat Dunsparce around to be able to pivot easily. Right, there is a debate though. Looks like he is lining up or eyeing up the entire evolution line and debating whether to take a Fan Rotom, but he's not going for it. Thing is, with the Fan Rotom and an attachment to it, he was able to knock out the Budgie, enabling Zhang to play item cards next turn. So that Zhang would finally be able to play the Buddy Poffin and get his setup rolling. Right, but Zhang choosing to evolve into the Dunsparce and shuffling it back. But what are you promoting? The Arbor. Right. Good thing another Dunsparce hits the board. But if Aiden does seem to find a rare candy Grimmsnarl, although I don't think there's a stadium bump coming. Oh, there it is! The top deck! Let's go! Right, so this stadium can go. That's one piece of the puzzle. You can use the stadium to grab Grimmsnarl. Arven could get your rare candy, or perhaps Secret Box even. Hold up. Is he going the slow game? Perhaps he can get the knockout, right? With a single Dark Energy attachment, this Morgrim can be able to knock out the Arbor, and that Monkey Dory will only be able to place 30 damage on the other Arbor. So Aiden won't be able to knock out both Arbors here. Just because Zhang chose to play the 50 HP Arbor. Which is honestly so much better over the 40 HP from Temporal Forces. Right, so there was the secret box. grabbing the Devolution, Counter Catcher, and I know. And there's another Nature Pollen onto the Abra. And because there's no Battle Cage in play, the damage can just ramp up on this Shaman, lining up a potential board wipe for Aiden. Right, now is Zhang's turn play out. Zhang can still not play any item cards. But chooses to evolve into Kadabra here. Knowing that Kadabra isn't safe. Because there's a Marnie Morgrim and the Spikemouth Gym, Zhang really needs to find another stadium to be able to bump the Spikemouth to limit Aiden from evolving into Grimmsnarl. Oh, but he has stadium in hand though. Right, so Hilda coming down. Obviously getting an energy. And perhaps attacking with the Kadabra, using Super Psybolt to knock out the Budju. And is Zhang choosing to shuffle back to the Dunsparce? Or just leave it because Zhang knows Aiden is going to play Aino next turn? Alright, there's the stadium bump yet again. And I think that is the 4th copy. And last copy as well. Alright, we're going to see a Super Cyborg onto the Budju here. Aiden promoting the Monkey Dory. Aiden does know there is a potential knockout on the Alakazam. You can switch over 6 damage onto the active Pokemon because that still works. But there's no attachment onto that second Monkey Dory. And now Frostlass is ramping up even more damage onto the benched Monkey Dory. And now Zhang is just left with one Kadabra, sorry, and still being item locked. So I really think Aiden has the upper hand here and might just force this game into a tie. Right. As well as Aiden having a single price board state here is very disruptive for Zhang because Zhang can't get ahead too much in prize cards. But choosing to boss up the Morgrim is quite a good idea here, because getting rid of that means there's no Grimmsnarl coming. There's another Spikemouth Gym? Is Grimmsnarl playing 4 Stadium now? It is going to be 4 Stadium. Interesting. So now Aiden has free play. And I suppose Aiden might even go for a Devo play here. Because Frostlass will knock out that Shaman. And if you've managed to put double Monkey Dory onto that Alakazam, and being able to use devolution, then Zhang would lose its only attacker in this game. Oh, it looks like we're going to see it. No, it hasn't had Devo in hand. But Zhang has no ability to heal off the damage, so that damage is going to stick. Alright, and Shaman is being knocked out. And Alakazam having 110 damage means it has only 30 damage left. Right, so he's shuffling back the Dunsparce, healing it of all the damage, and shuffling it back in the deck. But then still, Aiden still has a single prize board state. There's no way Zhang can easily cheat out prize cards because of that. And we saw the attachment of the Enriching onto the bench Dunsparce, and now choosing to shuffle it back. And we still see nothing going on. I mean, that Kadabra... No. Budju did do Itchy Pollen against Alakazam, limiting Zhang from still not being able to play any item cards during this turn. I mean, what turn is this? It's like turn 7, and Zhang is still item locked. There is the possibility to still knock out the Budju, but that Alakazam is very susceptible for the transferring over of the damage from Munkidori. Right, we see the Arbor hitting the bench. And placing down the Fan Rotor might not just be a good idea because you've wasted your attachment. Or not wasted, you've spent your attachment onto that Dunsparce. Right, there's an Arven coming down, I suppose. Going for the Devo. Honestly, that might just be the play. You ping Double Monkey on their benched Abra, and then you use Devolution on your active Impidimp, applying a lot of pressure for next turn for a potential board wipe, forcing this game into a tie. Right, it's going to be the Night Stretcher and the Devolution. Night Stretcher going to grab a Darkness Energy, of course, to accelerate on that Impidimp, to be able to use a very big Devo play here. Although that Alakazam was getting knocked out by Frostlass next turn. It might have just been better to ping Double Munkidori onto that one Abra. Right? But then Aiden is losing both his Munkidori next turn. Because now they're both at 40 HP. If he passes over the turn, then they will go down to 20 HP. And then if Zhang would pass the turn, then both Munkidori would get knocked out. And there we see the rare candy Alakazam. But do we have an attachment? We do have an attachment though. And because Zhang is no more item locked, because there was no budget in play, he has full potential of setting up the board now. So Zhang would only need to take one knockout here and would grab 2 prize cards for the knockouts on the Munkidori. Wonder is, does Zhang know that already? Right? You just need to attach Psychic, knock out the Morgrim, and you win the game. But he's still playing. I'm not missing anything, right? Both Munkidori has 90 damage. If Zhang knocks out this Morgrim, Zhang wins the game. And he's holding on to his Psychic Energy. Right? That's GG. Yeah, and then Aiden talks about it. Zhang didn't realize those Munkidori were going to get knocked out next turn. Yeah, it's game. Zhang just blown off his feet like, hold up. How am I taking 2 more prize cards? Yeah, those Munkidori were going to get knocked out. And I think it's just very relieved to see it happen. Alright, GG's. It's interesting to see Alakazam performing this well. I might just test it out for myself at the coming locals. Right, but that's going to do it for today. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time.